Okay, hello. This is working. I'm trying a little bit of a new setup, so I want to make sure everything's working properly. But it seems like it is. Hello, hi. YouTube seems to be working fine. Ground controls, alright. Hello, welcome, hi. How's it going? Okay, so I'm trying something kind of new. So maybe I'll be able to read comments a little bit quicker than before without breaking my neck every time I twist towards the computer. So I tried to somehow make it so I can read chat a little bit quicker. Let's see if that works. And yeah, hello, welcome. Hi, so yeah, yesterday we had a little bit of fun with Abandoned Archive. I wanted to stream again, but Faye needed some help with a couple of stuff. And yeah, I ended up helping her for way longer than I anticipated. So yeah, in the end I couldn't stream, but I did make a little bit of progress, casted a couple extra hair strands, and yeah, other than that, I think today we can move on and see how far we can go. It's gonna be interesting. Today's kind of a risky day if everything goes as planned, because we could be making our very first final hairpiece. And the scary part is that I'm not sure if it will work, and if it doesn't work, it's again back to square one. I mean, at least we could keep making strands and stuff, or maybe we could reuse some, but it's still risky. So it's gonna be an interesting day. Actually, it's good to see you around, because you're usually very helpful when it comes to sorting out wires and yeah, like solving problems in general, especially geometric, spatial stuff. So yeah, very helpful to see you around. So yeah, let's go straight to the workshop. Why not? Take care of that. Other than that, what else? I didn't stream on Sunday, but nothing special happened that day. I mean, I've been casting hair strands one after the other, so I'm already pretty advanced with Neuro's hair 2. We're only missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more hair strands, which could very easily be done today. And yeah, it's about the plan for today. So the screen is working, yeah. Awesome. I've always been this much, it's okay. So yeah, first let's make one strand just to leave it and have it, you know, have it vulcanizing while we're working, and then we can get into the main problem, which is how are we gonna set the rest of the hair on top of the head and keep it somehow in a clean shape. So yeah, first let's make this real quick. Same deal as always. Is it the Christmas kind of music? Well, it was just a winter playlist. I was just watching some Christmas Carol streams before this. Katia Sable was singing Christmas carols and I was having a lot of fun. But yeah, then when I started to look for music for this stream, the first thing that popped in was, it's not really Christmas, but it's like winter Animal Crossing vibes. So we could put something. Oh, I think we have suggestions in the channel, in the Discord. Maybe we can put something from there. But honestly, I just went with the first thing I saw and rolled with that. The only one is copyrighted. I think I will save that for our next non-copyrighted stream. Heroes of Might and Magic. No, there's no new suggestions. But if you want to hear something in particular, we could roll with that. I can see what we can find and play it. Hello, Dolphin. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's louder than my voice? Huh. Odd. Oh, you know what? It might have changed a lot since... yeah, maybe because I changed the setup a little bit, stuff happened. Okay, is it better now? Maybe it's too soft now? It's louder in your body, yeah. Okay, I think it's better now. Visual balance now, I think. Alright. Yeah, if you want me to tweak it, I still can. But yeah, it's helpful. You can tell me. Alright, so yeah, first, let's make a very quick hair strand. Same as always. Nothing special here. Yeah, no, it's good. I can hear you again. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Don't know. I don't remember when I changed some audio settings because that's not something I tweaked right now. But maybe because I raised the volume on the computer. That could be the issue. But yeah. Okay, good to know that now it's well balanced. Didn't think about that before. So yeah, same deal as always. 3 drops of catalyzer. Let's see if I can frame things a little better. And we're good to go. So one thing that happens with this catalyzer is that it crystallizes on top of the dropper sometimes. And it's kind of annoying because I need to poke it open with a needle every time. What else is happening? Oh, I've been working on the curtains here because I'm not sure if I've told you. Yeah, I made some curtains so that I could have a little bit of sunlight in here. But some of them, they started tearing a little bit, so I mended a couple of those. Still need to mend another 2. But yeah. Bit by bit, slowly but surely, the workshop's becoming ever more cozy, and I like that. It's very cool. So yeah, other than that, what's happened? Well, I didn't have time yesterday to check the Matara stream. I did see about half an hour, which is 1/20th of the stream. But yeah, I really hope to see the whole thing. Looking forward to see how Matara went with Evil. She was also Evil Matara, right? I think she made a special new design. And what else has happened? Nothing more. It's been a lot of work. I saw a couple of you guys were also playing Abandoned Archive, which is fun. And that's all I've seen up to now. Matara said... Wait, long comment. I need to finish the casting of silicon, then I'll read, sorry. With Nero, she sometimes forgot she's AI. With Evil, sometimes remembered she's AI. I'm not sure if it's Evil's voice or just how she acted. I didn't see... Well, yeah, like, Evil's voice has a little bit more range, right? She is capable of doing like thighs and scuffs and sounds. Well, I don't think I've seen Nero do a lot of those. Yeah, whenever she asked, I remember that when she asked, Matara asked Neuro to, I don't know what it was, to growl or to do some sort of noise. She just pulled out the soundboard and did the little cow toy thing. Oh, we're all more human-like than Neuros. Yeah. I know, Evil's very special when it comes to making noises, and her voice is pretty interesting. Evil and Matara have more free-form chat stream than when Neuros. Yeah, with Neuros it was trying out odd products from the store, right? And with Evil it was just like chatting. So they were just chatting for 5 hours. That's insane. Oh, not this one. It's the one with the fly. Feels a little bit tricky, but I think it's gonna be fine. Okay, cheeky breaky. I should have taken a couple of measurements before, but I can do it still. '25 stream streak, let's go! Congratulations, Dressy. Alright. There we go. Seems fine. Okay, so we got that set. Okay, now for the problem of the day that I really need to solve, because the hair depends on this. So as you all know, we're planning on casting. We already have sort of like the upper part of the hair that works a little bit like a half a sun or a starfish and that sort of stuff. And we have that figured out, kinda. What was a little bit of a weird casting, but otherwise it's all right, I believe. And then below that, I wanted to make some sort of a curtain type little hair layer, and hopefully this will be enough to make the whole hair piece. Now, cool how the twins are getting more and more coherent apart from the couple. Yes, where I noticed it a lot was in the latest Lena cooking stream. Because unlike the previous cooking streams where Neuro would suggest to add dirt and say cheeky breeky to the mix and all that stuff, this time Neuro actually pulled off a very decent recipe without saying anything weird that could damage the flavor of the thing and all that stuff. Like, everything went out very well as much as I know, right? And yeah, that implies that she has improved a lot. Okay, so here's the problem we're dealing with. So my plan was to make this sort of a curtain with all the hair strands popping out. And that I think is okay up till now. But once a way to stop the hallucinations, it will be very difficult to think of them as just big balls of code. What hallucinations are you talking about? Like whenever they start to ramble about random things? I think he's probably working on that. But I don't know. I feel like at the same time they like to play pretend a lot, right? Walkage. Hello, Cloud. Untrue things if they happen from. Oh, okay. Well, I think that's tricky to pull up with AI. AI is very good at making up stuff. Tell us a story about your childhood and they'll just make something completely up. But yeah, that would be interesting. Hi Gigahertz, how's it going? Welcome. Hi. So yeah, here's a tricky thing that we need to see if we can solve today. So this piece will be beneath the other piece. This one's made with the flesh silicone that we have, really, right? And this one will have the extra hair strands that the hair will take care of. So how do we set this up in such a way that it can actually go along the edge of the head without looking too weird? I feel like it is too, for starters, it's a little bit too big. Just thinking of maybe. So one possibility I was thinking of is maybe removing 2 of the hair strands because this seems to be a little too long. It depends if you go all the way up here. It does feel a little bit too long. If you're gonna have the hair on top. Okay, so here's the front hair. How are you today? Sound less energetic. I don't know, I don't feel less energetic. Maybe it's just because it's the start of the day, but yeah, I think everything's been fine. I guess I'm just thinking a lot on this stuff. But nah, I'm pretty good. It's difficult, but I think this one last big thing hurdles making them feel like actual being. I mean, I think also what helps is to make more memories, because when you don't have any memories and you need to tell a story and that sort of stuff, it's pretty difficult and you have to make stuff up, right? But as they experience more stuff in the future, instead of making stuff up from scratch, they can always go and, oh, I remember when I was talking to Matara and Matara said this and that, or when I was talking with Camilla and Camilla did this and that. Sound less energetic. I don't know. You got me thinking about that, but I don't know. I don't really feel like there's any particular reason. I overslept actually. Like yesterday I decided, okay, I'm not gonna put so I was kind of drained from like a 3 hours long call with Faye, I was a little bit drained, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna go sleep and just, I'm not gonna put an alarm clock, and yeah, just let it roll. Maybe my body needs some rest, and yeah, I ended up sleeping for way too long. But yeah, other than that, not a big deal. So my idea was to maybe, so I think the problem is this one. Let's place. So we're gonna have this hair in front, right? And I don't want this back hair to interfere. For starters, I think I made it too big. It shouldn't have been this big. Could have been much more. I almost commented on that drained line, but I refrained from the freaky route. Stop it. Nah. Pretty much just got up to. Now there's 3 of us then. Blue clouds also. Walkage. So let's see, we got this thing. So yeah, I think this thing was a little bit too thick and too large. Now what I could do, I mean, I could just go and make another piece and reprint it and all that stuff. But I don't love the idea because it's gonna take a long time. However, worst case scenario, like the most extreme measure I can think of would be maybe cutting down the last 2 hair strands so that it will wrap around the head without going too much forwards, and we still have a couple of hair strands on the side that might cover us up. I don't love it, but it is possible. The other one will be making the whole thing. Now the thing that annoys me the most is this, because I can see this little like loop here that's not fully stuck to the head, and it's not really, I know for a fact that when we put hair on top of this is gonna look weird. It's gonna be like a square head instead of a round one. So I want to find a way to, you know, shrink wrap this into the shape of the head. And also we need the magnet. The magnet's gonna be very important because it's what's gonna keep the hair in place. So those are all my main concerns here. Okay, what happened with Evil Stop hairpiece? The top hair, it's all right. I don't love it. Feels like the silicone went a little bit bad. It honestly still looks better than the past hair. But yeah, you can see a little bit of roughness here and there. I don't know if I just opened it too quickly because it did kind of catalyze after a while. So yeah, actually, is Grandy here? Grandy, are you here? You're usually here on YouTube. Maybe you're not, but I would like to experiment with the silicone because I have this weird theory that maybe the reaction starts from inside the silicone and sort of like expands outwards. I don't know exactly why or how would that happen, but that's like my little theory. And maybe yeah, it's just that I opened it too early because yeah, here's the little spots. Here are the little spots of the liquid silicone when I opened, and it's not liquid anymore. It's kind of sensitive and weak, but that might only be because it's such a thin layer of silicone, of rubber. So yeah, maybe I should have just waited a little bit longer. So yeah, there's a non-zero chance that we could just chop off again the centerpiece here and recast it. But honestly, I mean, looking at it, it seems decent enough to use. I think we could keep it and just make another one if we have some time to spare and some strands. But first, the important part would be to see if the bottom hair piece works. So we need to make it work together. Shouldn't happen everywhere in the silicone since the catalyzer is mixed evenly throughout the silicone. I don't know. But yeah, so that's kind of my plan, if you can call it that even. But what I need is to figure out how to make the little curtain that goes beneath here and have it, you know, work properly and look the right shape. and have it. So once we have that, I want that to be stuck to the other one, to the main hairpiece, and just have it snap with the magnet, like, and that will be, I believe, the best way to make this work. But yeah, however, I'm not sure if this will work just like that. So for starters, I feel like this is too long. I'm really thinking about chopping off the strand in the front and just using these two, but then there's still this problem, and I was thinking on how to solve this. My basic idea was, if we make this with a wire beneath, I just dropped the head. Good thing this is made with very sturdy resin. So you see it there. So my plan was, I'm gonna have this piece with so have sort of our wire structure here. It will be all the wires popping in and out. And as part of that structure, having a big looping thing all around the inside of the silicone. So this ties here and ties here. So tying them all together, you know, similar to what we did in the other one. And then having this loop all around, the magnet in the center. And what I was thinking is maybe I can chop off the silicone here, sort of like a triangle shape. Maybe I need another color to make it more easily readable. I did have a black one. Okay. So my thought was maybe we can chop off a triangle piece like this. And the same this side. And then have this sort of close together so that the shape bends a little bit into more of a circle instead of a flat line. And then all we can do is, with the wire that's part of the main cast, just twist it in and make that force more stronger. So in the end you would have something like this. And here you'll have the wires like stranded together, braided together a little bit, just so they make the bend. This is the outer piece. This is the magnet back here. So I'm not sure if that will work. I have this hunch that it could. Now the other one would be just reprinting a new one that doesn't have, well, that makes the curvature itself. Maybe I should have done from the start. I just didn't want, I thought a flat surface would be easier to work on, because whenever you're casting it, the silicone will not flow up, flow down, do weird stuff. But yeah, now that I see this, maybe a curvature mold would not have been a terrible idea, but I don't know. I want to see if we can make this work somehow. So I was thinking on how to pull this off. So what we could do is we could cast maybe one like empty piece of this one and try to pair it with one of these. Maybe try to make one of these with a wire inside and see if it can hold together in order to make the shape. Because whenever I put it on top of the head, where's the head? Something like this. I can just like fold this corners like this. This is what I'm going for. So if we translate this folding of the corners here into actual, yeah, this thing is way too thick, so yeah, whatever. having this thing sorta folded, I feel like it will work. Not that big of a deal, it's not that complicated. You don't damage anything underneath with all the other strands. Yeah, still it's kind of scary. So yeah, I think I will see what I can do here. Or I'm just not sure if I should go with all the whole piece or just a piece of it. Okay, let's give this a shot. I was planning on making a little like prototype structure and see if it works. So we would have to design it for this, kind of. Just make it and don't really care if it works or not because it's a prototype, and if it doesn't work we can throw it away. So I think we can make some fairly short slices here. Just for each individual strand. I'm very tired of trying to use this tiny pliers to cut when I have some decent ones here. It is so cute. She's so cute. Is she streaming today? Probably already be streaming, right? What's she doing today? What's she up to? Yep, in stream. All right, cool. First 3D chill stream will be. I wonder too. I think there's still a lot of production behind. Like, I don't think the next 3D stream will be a chill stream. We'll probably. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a lot of work still to, you know, have someone controlling the camera or being careful with, you know, not clipping through the ground, that sort of stuff. So I'm not sure if they will, like, what I understand as a chill stream is like a full-on, you know, do the work while I drink banana rum and watch you on the background. And yeah, to get to that point, it feels like it's gonna be like, I'm trying to think of all the technical extra aspects that need to be supervised for a 3D stream, other than neuro-japping. So probably they would be fine. Like, I think Vettel wouldn't mind if she keeps like doing weird poses or breaking her neck and that sort of stuff. But I think he would probably mind if he kept like running out of bounds or have a boxing spar with Vettel. Someday. Archive. Speaking of which, kind of sad no one has submitted anything on nintendospeedruns.com. Really? haven't seen. There should be a video of Neuro speedrunning then, right? I'm looking for some bigger pliers, maybe. I think this will do. I don't know when we can play Abandoned Archive again. I'd like to see if we can actually complete it. I feel like I did pretty terribly yesterday, but I was learning. Now that I kind of understand the spells and stuff, maybe I can start working on something more decent. Just need to know what tools the speedrunners use. What's the most efficient spell, that sort of thing. Lasmatara collab with Evil seems a bit mild compared to the Neuro ones. Might be because she has tons of busy Shked Day mentioned before they ended their collab with what? Well, yeah, I think she started her stream like many hours before the Evil collab even began, right? She was actually debuting the outfit, so she had to make the debut and the Gamer Subs merch drop and, you know, toying around with the chat a little bit. She even had a little bit of a lore video, more of a lore keynote. And Abandoned, yeah, tell us. Anyone who's already been playing. Delphin, you said you were playing Abandoned Archive, right? And who else? Was it Cloud who was also playing? And so I like the Neuro Beam build because I think you can do something really useful, and it's also very helpful that you can lower the cooldown time so much. Wait, apparently there are 100 floors? Oh god. I thought there were 6 floors. Didn't they say that in the cutscene? Oh no, I'm never gonna finish that thing. It's gonna be worse than Silk Song. Can barely make it to level 2. Yeah, I have also not gone. You know what I think I found out that could be useful? I'm not sure, but I have this weird theory. You see that in floor 2, you always find like a dead corpse? I think the dead corpse tells you who the boss is gonna be, because if you find the dead king, that means you're gonna fight the knights, and you find the dead knight, that means you're gonna fight the king. 100 floor run, what? Maybe once you finish the game, there's like a version of super hard or endless. Yeah, exactly, and the boss is the corpse that doesn't show up. So that's my theory. I have only made it to the boss level 2 twice, so Not the Puppet King, but honestly, he seems easier than the clone guy. I don't know, he moved very erratically. Again, he had the issue where he moves very, very quickly, and you have no chance of figuring out where or why. How is he gonna do the stuff? Maybe it is, but I haven't made the association. I don't even know if the statue can be either the magician or the cowboy. But yeah, maybe you're right. I hadn't thought about that. I had only thought about the corpse. But if that's the case, yeah, we should try and see if the statue is the cowboy, will you get the magician, or if the statue is the cowboy, you will get the cowboy. No, wait. Watching you play it stressed me a bit. No way I can play this game. Really? Oh, I thought you were saying that it stressed you from how bad I was at the game. In my 6 rounds, I've seen the speed spell 0 times. What's the speed spell? Speed spell? Speed spell. You mean the time stop? The ult? So I don't play in it. I mean, you can just play it for funsies. Don't really care if you complete it or not. I think that's a healthy way of playing, especially that sort of roguelikes. Oh, the green seeds. Oh, the seed spell. I read speed, I don't know why. Yeah, that one was pretty rare. I did find that a couple times, but I did try it once and then ended up not liking them very much. I have this thought that probably all the spells that I don't like are the ones that speedrunners will say, oh yeah, but if you upgrade them to level 3 and then use this and that, they're invincible. And I'm like, no, I don't like them. Yeah, mostly waiting for mods, fighting the mob enemies. It's a good adrenaline fun. Yeah, like well, I honestly find the enemies kind of stale after a while. Like after playing for a couple of hours, it was like, okay, yes, it's gonna jump. 3 bolts of light, laser beam, the little hand of the other priest kind of guy. So yeah, the thing is, probably I wouldn't be so annoyed if I didn't lose that much and I hadn't to replay the same floor over and over again. I think you can upgrade them that far, since every upgrade costs twice as much as the last. What would be the most expensive? Well, I mean, if there's 100 floors, you probably can make it all the way to like 1000 knowledge and stuff. Especially if you have like the crown from the beginning and all that stuff. Or a hell lot of luck with greed. This could be 10, 20, 40, 80. Never made it to an 80 upgrade. 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. I think you could make it to the 320 upgrade. 100 files of fun, not so inspired by Vidal. No, you have to wait for Abandoned Archive VR for that. That's when it's gonna trap all of the swarm. Just because he thinks it would be funny to enslave humanity. I don't see it a game I'd play for long periods at a time. I also feel like, well, yesterday I felt like I started to play worse, honestly. Like at the beginning of the stream, I felt like it was invincible. Like I barely got any hits in the lower floors. And I was doing really, really well. But yeah, after some time, I started to screw up with the very basic enemies. He's planning on becoming one. In order to beat the tower, you'll have to beat Neuro-Sama in a boxing match. But in general, it's a fun game. I like it. Chris really just Vedel's name? I don't think so. Do you think he made the art? I feel he'd probably get someone else for the art. I don't think he would make the music. Unless the music's like from a library or something. Everything else he probably could have made himself. Beta testers probably, but the beta testers are probably going to be like Minnie, Ellie, Camilla, Philian, you know? He made the art, really? Alright. Didn't know he knew how to do animation. That's cool. I don't know, I'm just assuming, I guess. Wouldn't pay for those spell icons. I mean, maybe the spell icons could have been him, but you know, the animation, I mean, it's not a very complicated animation, but it is It is a lot of work, like all the different attacks. So for the enemies, it's kind of simple, but there are, I mean, I met about what, 5 or 6 different types of enemies. Make animations for all of them. Making the animations for the main character. The animations for the main character are really well done. Like the walking cycle and stuff, it's really clean, and you have it in all 360 degrees. The roll animation is smooth. Yeah, that one's really well made. And you have different, well, I mean, I think they're the same roll animation, but you have even different like properties to apply to the roll animation with every different alt. And what about the music? Like, I don't know if Vettel does any music work himself, but it might be music from a copyright site or something like that. There looks to be 3 orientations for the main character: front, back, side. Couple dozen frames of animation, since a lot of the frames can be reused or mirrored. Well, yes, but it's still really well done. Plus the roll, you have the side roll. I mean, it's mostly just walking. I don't know if there's like an attack animation, if the character raises his arm or anything, or he's just walking around and the spell just pops out of nowhere. But you have the walking animation, the running animation, the idle animation. And the rolls. So yeah, it's not like kind of like very high amount of work, but I mean, making a decent walk cycle and that stuff is not that easy either. But I mean, he could pull it off probably, I just don't know. Well, he managed to make the ARG songs. Oh, he made that himself? I don't know, I always thought he had some help at some point. I've never thought that he worked that alone. I always thought he had a team, like not as large as today, but yeah, maybe he would, you know, ask a friend for help or another VTuber or something like that. Mostly by himself, interesting. And one more. Nobody else seems to know anything about it. Any extra funds? Nobody else seemed to know anything. And yeah, budget. That is true. Any extra funds would have gone towards getting Neuro's first original model. It probably wasn't cheap at all. Placing this is gonna be kind of rough, but I think it's easier than the other one. Or I don't have a lot of space to make this piece. Maybe I can just twist them back down. Instead of breaking them. Wait for the animation process. For abandoned archive? Or this thing? Seen Mariano on his... it's really fun. I love it. I love my animation streams. They are my favorite part ever. But yeah, it's very important to not have any problems carry on to the animation phase, because then it gets very crazy. Like, there's plenty of animation streams you can watch on the YouTube channel if you're very curious. But yeah, I think it'll be fun if we well, probably our future animation streams are gonna be much better. I know, his natural habitat. Yeah, it's really fun. I like it a lot. And I feel like I'm a little bit more capable of talking and doing stuff on those streams, because yeah, I got a little bit used to that. I used to work on a team, so there was a lot of dialogue involved whenever we were animating. It's all about, if you were working on a scene with a lot of characters, you would split the job, and it would be a lot of hey, so what are you planning to do with this character for the next second? It's like, okay, so I want this character to do this and that, but I don't want it to call too much attention because the main character is over here. So what if we do this and that? And yeah, just a little back and forth. So I think that's how I got into the habit of being able to speak while animating. There's always moments where you really need to lock in, but I think it's much less than here, where I'm kind of out of my main, I don't know, maybe after a couple more streams this will become my main zone. Like, I feel like as things are going, I'll spend more time building than animating, probably, in this channel, which is fine. I don't mind it either. It's just I'm not as experienced in this area rather than the animation area. But yeah, I mean, I enjoy them both. And also there's a lot, I think part of the problem here is that I'm experimenting with a lot of stuff. If I was trying to make everything like clear cut straight from the tutorial kind of stuff, it would be much quicker and easier, but I'm trying to improve the process. So I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of time today so that the puppets tomorrow hopefully are faster and look better and all that stuff. So yeah, right now it's a lot of learning too. But yeah, I'm also looking forward to that. Do you know how plan what happens in each frame in how do you plan what happens in each frame in stop motion? It's not like 2D animation where you can first do some. I think you kind of develop the instinct a little bit of, yeah, like I'm the very best. Wait, what? Oh, Alder Blacksmith, you've been filtered in YouTube. I just saw your message here. Hello. Oh, got my first message filtered. Okay, interesting. So yeah, usually like the biggest point of grounding to the animation, or the easiest point to start, is audio. If you have an audio file, a dialogue, then it's very easy to start to get a little bit grounded with the timing and what actions need to be done in that time. I think I find it a little bit harder when there is no audio, because you're free to make the shot like 1 second or 50 seconds, right? But you know that the character needs to do this action. Sometimes when you're working a big production, they will tell you, we need this shot to last 15 frames, and we need this to happen, and this to happen, and it's like, okay. And you try to fit it into that amount of time. Sometimes you have to tell them like, okay, so you want all of this to happen in 3 seconds. Yes, but did you realize that you want the character to walk like 5 meters in those 3 seconds? I can make it, but it's gonna look abnormal. It's gonna look like one of those Smiling Friends running animations that they do. That's just like, and they are extremely fast and kind of creepy, which is very funny in Smiling Friends, but I'm not sure if that's what you want in your romantic scene or something like that, right? I actually do have one. There's one shot in the original show, in the Frankilda's Book of Spooks, available on HBO Max, episode 4, where I actually had to do that. They needed me to make the animation. And back then I was just getting started, so I just didn't question stuff and just did whatever I was asked to. But if you see that animation, you'll see the character walk towards the camera in an extremely quickly and uncanny way, because I needed to make her cross the whole stage in a couple of frames, and it looks really weird. But yeah, like you start with the audio. If you don't have audio, well, you just plan according to, there's usually amount of frames that you have as a goal. If you're working on maybe a music video, or if you're working, music videos are also very easy because the beat will keep you on track, and you have the only problem is that sometimes in some productions they won't give you the final music. They'll give you a very, very rough draft with the voice of the composer instead of the voice of the like high-pitched, beautiful lady who's singing the opera piece. You'll have the voice of the composer butchering his own song, and it's really funny. But the problem is that once it really comes out, you can feel how it doesn't really match fully, because there's like little tones and subtleties that you need to catch up with. But when you don't have any of that, when it's just like, we need an animation of this character walking, do your best, well, you just need to get into the character a little bit. And if you really need a tight timing, what I would advise is to do some blocking. Hair cuffing part B is printing right now, by the way. Did you print them sideways or did you print them vertically? Randy, I'm not sure if you are, because I did say in the best view, oh wow. I'm not sure if this means it got denied. Restricted. Do you see the message of cheap viewers at something something, or was it automatically blocked for the very first time ever? Because it does say something here. Yeah, when you don't have it and you need some reassurance on timing and how it feels, what you can always do is a little bit of blocking. So blocking means you will make your animation a you managed to do it sideways. All right, cool, awesome. I don't think you'll have any problems printing it sideways if it fits in your printer, as long as it keeps stuck, or I'm not sure if you used supports. But yeah, when you're blocking, instead of doing the full animation of, I don't know, your character doing this, you just animate it as if it were like maybe 1 frame per second, maybe 2 frames per second. So you would just take this shot and put it for 6 frames or 12 frames, and then this shot, and this shot, and this shot. And that way you can have a nice reference of how the timing should look, and it's a very good place for you to tighten stuff up. So you can see it, and it's like, maybe this part is too slow. So you remove a couple of frames, you add a couple of frames, and try to see how it works. And after that, you can actually export the full thing as a video. And so the thing is, all the frames that you just did, they're trash. They're not gonna be used. So you don't need to be very careful. For example, when I do blocking like that, or when I did it in the movie, I would have my character, and I would do, no, this guy can't do a lot. Something like this, and then open the hand. But I don't go through all the motions, and I'm kind of careful. And for example, I wouldn't animate the face. I still have it around here. I should really take this guy out, but anyway, this guy. If I'm making a blocking for him, I'll just try to get the poses, but I won't take the care of animating facial expressions or changing the mouths, stuff like that. It would be like frozen face, but I might just play with the head movement so that I can feel how far. Head movements are very particular because, yeah, sometimes, oh, the head is breaking. This poor guy. Sometimes you don't know how much range a character will have when you're moving it around. So it's good to see, because you have an idea of, hey, let's make, I don't know, a shrug. And when you try to do the shrug, is, oh my god, this guy doesn't have shoulders. What do I do now? So you have to replan, or how do I do the shrug, or have it feel like a shrug, but with body acting, and then you go into that. But yeah, that way you can sort of figure out very roughly what the movement will be. It's that guy that comes sliding out from the shadows in the back alley before sliding back into the shadows without saying anything, just telling you, just letting you know he's here. Yes, it is. It's an absolute mess. Should put him out of, or put him back into the bookcase, or the, how to call it? I think it's got a name. I don't remember what it is, but well, back where, the cabinet where it belongs. Let's print a little bit more. Back to the shadow realm, yeah. But yeah, like when animating, you have to plan stuff. Well, sometimes you have to plan stuff out. Sometimes you can have that luxury. Sometimes you can't. There's been many moments where the time pressure was too much, and I was like, well, yeah, like it would be lovely to block this very complex shot, but we need it right now because we need it for the trailer or something. So can you finish it right now? Well, let me see. And yeah, you give it a shot, and maybe it's not as clean as you wanted it to be, but you can make it. But yeah, it's more of like a timing thing. Like, I think with some experience you figure it out yourself. I screwed up. This thing's way too short. So this thing is kind of an abomination. We can make it work anyways. What? Neuro-Japan chat? Why? Why is it so dead? I thought people loved Neuro in Japan. There's no one there. What? Sounds weird. No. She'll be fine, she'll be fine. I'm more worried about there's something weird going on in Japan or something. I did get a new follower on Twitter from an account that seemed Japanese, and I thought it might have been the one that was sending in the Discord video. "5 a.m. in Tokyo right now." Poch. Maybe it's because of that, but I don't know, there's always someone awake at 5 a.m. God. By the way, absolutely gonna use this printer to print some mad diorama elements. Oh yes, for diorama stuff and like miniatures and D&D stuff or Warhammer stuff. Resin printers are a wonder. They are wonderful. Just wish I had friends to play stuff with, man. But yeah, like you can do a lot of stuff pretty quickly and kind of easily with resin printers. Yeah, I'm a very big fan of resin printing. I want to learn a little bit more about it and explore the limits. Actually, my next like personal task with resin printing is to try out a stronger resin. Okay, now there's ABS-like resin, which I don't know exactly how strong it is, but I think ABS is pretty strong. So I could maybe try and make more of, yeah, like engineering pieces. So there's a lot of goals I have for. I smell something weird. It smells like a resin spill somewhere. Don't see a spill, but I do get the smell. I mean, I think it's just my resin box, which has got a bunch of resins. But no spill. Six hours resin printing content. I know, it's a nice rabbit hole, right? You get hooked up really quickly. What slicer are you using? Chitubox? Anycubic? Well, you printed the default file, so I'm guessing it's from the Anycubic slicer. Oh yeah, and you sent a couple of pictures. So I am guessing it is the Anycubic file. The Anycubic slicer. Maybe it's like super tough and flexible. It has the anti-aliasing setting, but what slicer are we talking about? Anycubic? Yeah, anti-aliasing's a pretty standard feature in most slicers. So yeah, this thing's gonna be very annoying. Okay. Hopefully the real deal is gonna be easier because it's gonna have the silicone strands on top. Okay. And why didn't you print both parts at the same time? Because the reason, well, I ended up printing like all of these parts, I printed on a single print. That was a useful thing. Like all of these, I printed them vertically, like this. And I managed to fit them in a single build plate very, very quickly. That way I didn't have to print again and again and again. So a thing that you can consider a lot with 3D printing and resin is that unlike filament resin, where just adding another model will make the print longer, in resin printing, if you cram a bunch of models, it will take the same amount of time to print. And that's a really big perk of resin printer, that you can print a bunch of stuff at the same time as long as you stay on the build plate. Okay, so let's see if we can make this work. Where's mine? Here it is. Just realized decently articulate dull space with some environmental props could make really cool visual novel aesthetic. I could show you a short film that I've seen they're working on that I think, well, that one's actually a short film, but I think, yeah, it proves your point, kinda. Okay, 8 grams silicone means we need 4 drops, like 3 drops, but let's do 4. Checked out the print, it looks flawless, and because of the screen is small, I couldn't put them all on the side. Oh yeah, but the thing is you print them on the side. If you put them vertically, you might be able to fit them all in a single print, because your print is larger than mine. Although it will take more time. It would be, when you print vertically, it will take way longer, but yeah, it's a single print. Exposure time is not set up yet, so risky. Okay, understandable. What's your exposure time right now? Because I think your printer is much faster than mine. Mine needs 7 seconds for standard resin, but yours could probably need, I don't know, 3 seconds at most, but it might even be like 1 second if it's like a very modern one. Let's see if this actually works. Just going off best settings from YouTube vids. No, 2.65 normal exposure, 30 seconds plasma exposure. Yeah. So that's because the light in your printer is much stronger than my old one. So yeah, mine needs 1 full minute for bottom exposure time and 7 seconds for each layer. And it's just a standard resin. It's not even like a very tough resin to catalyze. Yeah, new ones tend to have much stronger light sources and they're much faster. I don't know exactly the right number, but you know, like if that works for you, I guess it's fine. At what temperature do you print? Like what temperature is, I'm not sure if you have it in a house or in a shed or in your garage, that sort of stuff. But temperature can be kind of important. I'm not sure if your printer has built-in heating systems, but that's something that you need to take into account. In case stuff for some reason starts failing, it could be that the environment is too cold. Where did I put my... where did I put my test piece? What the hell? Oh, there it is. So yeah, you see the hell that is placing this stuff whenever there's sticky silicone all over. So much work to make it all match properly. I think that seems mighty sus. This seems mighty sus? Why? Just casting some skin in place and placing this stuff where it belongs. And this is pretty hollow. It's kind of iffy, but it could be good enough for the prototype. Hopefully. Looks so unstable. Oh, you mean on this thing? It's just a prototype. It's not really the main thing. I think it's gonna be easier when it's actual hair strands. If not, this other layer could not be placed like this and could just have it drilled in as we did before. It will still look a little bit cleaner because the top is still better. So maybe we can make it work. So all I want from this is to see around 24 right now, I suppose. And how about at night? So if at night your temperature goes below 20, you might want to consider placing some sort of heating in the room where you have the printer. I would advise that. It's not a must, but sometimes it helps. Like under, I think below, I'm not remember if it was 20 or 18 degrees. Sometimes the resin stops curing. So just take that into account, just in case. Pre-gapped and bent the wire. You should have pre-gapped and bent the wires to ideal size before casting resin. That's silicone, and yes, but again, this is a very silly prototype, don't worry. The proof of concept, or what I'm trying to prove here, is not really if this thing looks pretty or if the shape works. What I'm trying to prove is if after casting, I can bend it into more of a rounder shape instead of such a flat shape. That's my big test here. So now let's make another cast in the meantime. Now, what do you mean with pre-gapped? I have silicone heating strip, so I could probably wrap around the vat if I needed. I've seen a lot of people who do that. Yeah, like I don't even know what those heating strips are used for. I think they're used for cooking or something. But yeah, you can put that around the vat and just plug it in, and that will keep it nice and warm. But, I mean, test it for now, and maybe it will keep working, because probably it's not that cold inside, right? Okay, so let's open this guy and make another hair strand. Terrarium, oh yeah, terrarium here makes sense, Came up Vaseline and oil so it can mix together. Huh. Why would you do that though? Okay, so let's make another one of these. Unwashable car rust. Oh, interesting. What type of oil is it? Just like car oil or some vegetable oil? Or that's around 8 years. Jeez. Okay. That sounds like a very cheap way of making your car last or will look good for long periods of time. Automatic transmission oil and Vaseline. Interesting. That's... might try that at some point. Sounds... I'm not that much of a car person, but it sounds interesting. Not exactly ecologic, but scraping car after this 8 years is way less ecological. With all the salts that they use here. But we did get a bunch of new followers from the Abandoned Archive stream. I don't know why or how they found us, but yeah, we did get what? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, about 10 people. Okay, we are 5 strands away from finishing with Nora's hair. Right back getting food. All right, enjoy your food. Oh, I don't know if. So we did start stream a little bit late today, but might have to leave for a lunch break anyways. Let me see if. Give me a second. Okay. All right, so 3 to 1, cheeky breaky. Cheeky breaky, cheeky breaky, cheeky breaky. There we go. I'm missing a rubber band. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, we got followed by Sorwin. Biryani? I don't have a clue what that is. Hey Tony, how's it going? How you doing? Oh, I don't... Just Google that. I don't have a clue what it is, but it looks delicious. Is it like a noodle? Or is it like rice? Biryani. Looks good. I'm gonna get this over Neuro. Yay! Congratulations! Awesome. Now I can enjoy the streams ad-free. This bird, it will last me until Neuro's birthday. Ah, that's true. But it will probably not last all the way through the subathon. But you probably can get another one on the subathon. Most Indian restaurants have them, at least the ones I've been to. Maybe there are, but I've never ordered it, so I don't know what it is. Biryani is one appetizing looking rice dish, but it's like a longer rice, right? And not this ubiquitous butter chicken. Also, I don't think there's a lot of Indian restaurants in here. Don't know many. Picking up looks good basmati and being surprised how light it was. That's what the rice itself is called, basmati. Never tried that before. Doesn't sound like something I've tried. But it does sound good, like fluffy kind of rice sounds interesting. Three times as heavy. Whoa, so it's very light. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so we got that in the oven. This one's also gonna take a while. I think this one we could probably open after lunch. So we could just roll with this piece and the other one. And the hair underneath could be just strands, like drilled in like we did before. Like I think we could do that and it would still look a little bit cleaner than what we had last time because the top is still solved. I wish I had Evil's head here so we could compare. But the problem is that Evil's head is set at the costume and tailoring department. So I'm not sure. But I mean, even using only this one could probably work well enough, and then drilling in the rest could also work. I would still like to see if we can make it work with the curtain piece, but I'm not sure. Gigahertz, what kind of rice do you like the most? What kind of rice do I like the most? I'm trying to think also. I do like sushi rice, but I'm not sure. Rice. I do like a creamy risotto, but also paella is really good. Like black rice the most. Black rice, interesting. So this will need a little bit of time. Maybe we can cast another one of these before. Just give it some more time. So yeah, with this we could have all of these ones. Very rich in antioxidants and less carbohydrates. Really? Didn't know that. Haven't had a chance to try it. It's good. I like black rice. It's got a different texture to it. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same one, because I think we have another name for it here. Black rice. I call it like no, it's Chinese origin. Might be. Maybe I haven't had it. So once I've tried it, it's also black, but it's not quite as black. The one I'm finding nutty aftertaste with a very interesting comparison to plain white, have around 5 kilograms of basmati too. Always love the rice for how efficient it is. You can make a cup of rice and have that for the whole week. With any different meal. Basmati and the kind they use in paella. I like paella a lot. I was thinking on paella. But I'm not sure if it's a particular type of rice or it's just standard rice and it's more the preparation what makes it feel different. Bomba? Huh, I don't know. Best leftover rice method ever since it stays soft, cold, and doesn't even need reheating. We have a dessert here we make called arroz con leche. It's kind of like a porridge, but it's more sweet. It's more of a dessert, you know? And yeah, the same thing. You can also eat it cold. It's really good. You can add raisins. I'm not sure if we're ready to cast another one of these. Third version is definitely good though. Oh, you've tried it? Yes, it's good. I love it. And you can also eat it warm, and it's also good. I want some arroz con leche right now. You can buy it in the convenience store. So let's cast one more of this. Old rice is more dangerous than old meat, really? I had no clue. I always thought because it's a grain, it's like pretty safe, you know? It's not like, I thought it was like, you know, storage food. It's where you can buy like a whole like 20-kilogram bag, like sack of rice. Yeah, the molds and so on are brutal. Oh, the molds. I was thinking, what happened to the mold? Did something go wrong with the print? But no, you're meaning the crelly type of mold. I also thought, sorry, no, don't worry, it's fine. That's funny. Okay, so I'm gonna cast one more and I think I'm gonna go on my lunch break, alright? So let's make one real quick casting of this. Can go. Da-da-da. I'm missing a glove. Where's my other glove? Over here. So we have 4 more brands to go. Strands? Brands. One of them has a fly on it. So 1, 2, 3. Most rice bags should have an expiry date. Keep it in proper dry space. Make stay fine within that range. That's what Grandy was talking about, right? Like mold can grow in the rice and that could be harmful to you. Okay, this one feels like it's gonna be kind of tough to close because it's kind of bent in a weird way. But hopefully it will work. Let's trust the cheeky breaky. Okay. Ready? Oh yeah, cooked rice can go bad really quickly. I do know that. But like storage rice, like rice without being cooked, I thought that would last for ages. Okay, cheeky breaky. Da 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 da. Seems to have closed properly. Yeah, that looks fine. All right, let's leave it here. Are fish burgers common in Mexico? Not really. We do eat a lot of fish, especially on the coast and stuff, but I mean, you can find them like McDonald's and stuff. Not something that we usually eat. Like if we eat fish, hey King Turtle, why can't I see you? Oh yeah, it's because it's not the right screen. How was the archives yesterday? It was fun. I kind of sucked. Never made it past level 2. But had fun. So I think I was too busy like learning the spells. But hopefully with a little bit more practice, I can start making more interesting attack combos and stuff. But I had a lot of fun with the Neuro beam. And yeah, I was wondering why fish burgers are so rare. I don't know, I think it's just a cultural thing. Like, I'd rather have a fish fillet or a burger, but mixing them together, it's not terrible, but I'm not sure if it's the best way for fish to be presented. Because I feel like fish has sort of a softer taste, right? So maybe the bread overwhelms the taste. The soft is not the right word. How, like, milder taste? I don't like that word either. But yeah, like, I feel like fish in general has very weaker, softer, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's softer tastes compared to meats that have like a very high salty umami flavor, more like stronger. So putting fish in a bun usually like, you get the texture of the fish, and that's something that I do like about fish burgers, but I feel like the taste can be very easily overwhelmed by just the bread, so it feels like you're just eating bread with lettuce, mustard, or whatever. And also, yeah, usually burgers have a lot of extra stuff, like complementing, you know, like vegetables, the condiments, onion, whatever. And that also is like extra flavor, but if you put too much flavor on your fish, then you can barely taste the fish anymore. McDonald's filet fish pretty good, and that's definitely not high quality fish. I do like the filet fish. But the thing is, I feel like the filet fish is much simpler than most of the other burgers. Like, it doesn't have lettuce and tomato and stuff. It's usually just like mayonnaise, fish, and bread, right? I don't remember. I feel like I haven't had one of those in a while. They don't sell them all the year here, filet fish. They usually sell it more in like Easter season. But I'll have one next time it pops around just to remember. Well, anyway, have something to eat and I'll see you after lunch, alright? So we'll see how everything's going. Hopefully the other mall will be ready to open. And have a slice of cheese. Cheese could work. Yeah, not too much. Not like double extra cheese and bacon on your fish burger. I feel like that would overwhelm very quickly, wouldn't it? Anyway, take care. See you in a bit. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. And I'll see you after the lunch break. Where is my... I moved my stuff. Lunch break. There we go. No. Like this. There we go. What is that? Oh, it's a rig. Huh. Well, yeah. All set. So thanks for stopping by. I'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Here's my... Oh, it's over there. Da-da-da-da-da. So yeah, see you later. Hello, hello. Hi. Back. Co-op AA Stream 1? I don't know. The thing is, I need someone to... There's no online co-op, so I won't be able to play with Faye. Don't have anyone else to join and play like... Maybe we could arrange a co-op play with the costume department. But I'm not sure. They don't seem to be very video game savvy. So I don't think it's a good idea. Print fail. No! What happened? What kind of fail did you get? Doesn't Steam have a remote play? Oh, I don't know. Can try that. I don't know. Faye's the one who usually knows about those functions. Bent and looks weird. Can we see it? Can you send a picture? Maybe I can... Maybe it's a problem I've already had before. This is the mold, right? The part B that you were printing? It's bent. Interesting. Yeah, I would like to see that. Could you send a picture? I would like to see how it bent. Because you printed it sideways, so it should have been fairly stable. Did you hollow it out? And if you did hollow it out, did you make the holes on it also? But yeah, maybe then we can try a Steam remote play. I did tell Faye that she should get Abandoned Archive. Right, yesterday, she posted on Instagram that she didn't know what to play because her computer sometimes cannot run like the chunkier games. That's why she usually plays pixel art games and that sort of stuff. And yeah, I actually told her, hey, why don't you play Abandoned Archive? So I'm not sure if she'll buy it at some point. Okay. Thing's decent. How about this thing? Play with Delphi? I could try that if they're up to it. I mean, don't know if we'll do very well, but yeah, sure, why not? So hopefully this thing should be cured well enough. I'll send photos on DC. Give me a sec. Okay, so it turned out all right. Yes, the wire was a little bit out of the shape of the mold here. It's okay. I was just trying to see how this be. So now that we actually have some structure, I can try and place this here. I mean, maybe, hey, maybe the wire itself is more than enough to... Okay. Let me try this out. So it's, the wire helps, but there's still a little bit of extra work here that needs to be done, which would be this. This too little. I'll check the pictures in Discord in a moment. I'm just trying to figure out here. So what I was thinking is I could cut this sort of like a triangle and twist the wire on itself so I can close in. That was my wacky idea. So my black markers, there we go. So I was thinking of something like this. And the same thing somewhere around here. And just twisting the wire in order to have it close. So let's try that. It's a little proof of concept. Like it, for the first time ever, something turned out better than I expected, which is good. We can still have, hi Doobie, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We're testing a little prototype here before we make the actual hairs themselves. I didn't take the measurements though, I need to take those too. Some workshop talk. Yeah, okay, I'll be there in a second. Let me just finish this test and I'll be right there. Bent. I find it interesting that it bent. I don't know what caused that specifically. Okay, so this was my idea. I cut this too, and then I just fold in this part. Something like this. The only problem is that it's tearing apart a little bit, but I think that's more of a skill issue. Not being very careful since this thing is more of a prototype, but maybe I should be. Dun-dun. So you printed with supports. How did you support it? Did you make automatic supports? Yeah, the heavy ones at that. Okay, automatic heavy support. It's good to know. So yeah, usually for this kind of stuff, I don't trust supports that much because yeah, they can bring a lot of trouble. Like I try to use supports mostly for stuff that's so there's pretty stuff and there's precise stuff. I usually lean a lot more into using supports more for the pretty stuff, but not that much for the precise stuff. And this way it can be a little bit cleaner. What do you think? So yes, it's not perfect yet, looks kind of weird, but might be good enough to make the shell on itself. And then on top we have the other thing like this, so it covers most of the ugliness down here, and we get our final shape. Kind of works. I don't think this is the final solution. This is not yet our full holy grail, but I think we can make this work, which would be more than what I would have expected. Now, this thing might need to be a little bit further down, since I need the magnet to hook here. But doing that, I feel like the alignment's a little bit better. That is good. So the only thing that I really think I should have thought before is that this thing should have been a little bit smaller. It's too thick, so I'm just worried that the hair will feel a little bit too puffy. It's not as much as before. Like before, the shape itself of the head would change a little bit. You can see it here, right? New diff. Don't like games of luck, you know? Yeah, I think this could work. It's not beautiful, or not great. But it could be a step forward. I mean, I think we could use this for Evil and Neuro for the time being, but I'm still trying to think how can we reach the ideal hair? So I think this should have been bent from the start. Like instead of printing this, might have been smarter to print, yeah, like cap the like what we had talked before. My brain these days. I did read Games of Luck. Oh, okay. But okay. All right. So we can think about this in a second. Then from the start would be better. Definitely it would be better. I just didn't think it through that much probably, and I thought it would be easier to print this way. And that might have been my fault, but it's okay. We can make this work as is. It will look better than Extravaganza. It will not look perfect. So there's two roads here. We could redesign the headpiece, but it would set us back maybe a week more, and it would be like a fact that they're not going to be ready for Neuro's birthday. Or we could roll with this, even though it's not going to be the prettiest thing, it's still going to be better than how she looked in Extravaganza, and try to work it from there. I'm kind of torn apart because I'm not sure if after this we're going to be working on Neuro for a while, because my goal would actually be probably to go into any other character, like even Turtle Vevel or yeah, like any other VTuber would do, but I don't want to be the guy who works on Neuro for 2 years. What's happening? I wasn't paying attention. All right. So this shape, okay. So we got this mold, right? Which is the mold where we are going to make sort of a curtain of hair strands to work underneath the main hair, which is this one. So this is the upper part of the hair. It's kind of dirty, but don't mind that. It's just because my desk is all covered with little pieces of silicone of all different colors. Yeah. So this is the top part of the hair, which is much cleaner than before. You don't see the hair strands like as thick as they looked before, because they actually do fuse at the very top this time. And I like that a lot. Like, this will improve the general look of the back of her head a lot. But then this is just too little hair. What I wanted to do is have this one on top and then make a curtain like this with a lot of hair strands going down and place this on the bottom beneath this one, something like this, right? So this was my idea on how to structure the hair, similarly to what we tried to do with the abomination mold, but instead of casting everything in one single... Oh, by the way, I got a message on... Oh, maybe not. I got an email while I was in lunch that someone new had followed the channel, but maybe it was just a delay. I want to say hi. Let me check real quick. Erudir 508. I don't see it in my... It's not on camera. Give me a second. I'm right now. I was checking the... But yeah. Here. So this is the upper part of the body, or the upper part of the hair. The idea was to have this underneath with a bunch of hair strands coming out, and that would be the shape that would stay here, right? And this would be the wig, sort of. That's the general idea of how this was going to work. Now the problem I had is when I tried to place this around the head, I would realize that because it's a flat shape on top of a curved surface, there would be like a weird bend here, and if I put the hair on top of this, it's gonna look like she has a square head instead of a round one. So I was thinking, okay, let's find a way to, you know, maybe tighten this around so that it fits a little bit better around the head. And that's what brought us to this little prototype we just made, which is the same thing, but I only added a wire on top, and then I made some cuts in order to like bend it inwards a little bit, and this would make for a little bit of a better head. Still kind of weird. It looks very weird like this, but once you place the other hair on top, you cannot see the weirdness. It's all occluded by the same hair itself, right? So everywhere where you see a wire here, in between these strands, there's a new strand that's going down and following the same flow of the hair. So we'd have like two layers of hair, one on top of the other. But yeah, so what could happen right now, I'm still working on camera, right? So what could happen right now is we could make this more... So I could redesign this piece so that we actually start from something like this, and it's a little better from the start. However, that would set us back for about a week, because I would need to print a new mold, do that work, cast the stuff. At least the strands already casted. But if not, we could keep on moving. It might be a little bit weird, but it will be cleaner than the Extravaganza puppet, I believe. It would still look a little bit prettier. And we can roll with that in order to see how far we can make it before Neuro's birthday. And that's my big dilemma right now. I'm not sure if I should do this thing like the slower way or the faster way. But I think it will work. I think that's what I was talking about before, or what you were asking about, Dubby. Yeah, so that's the plan, if you can call it that. With this on top, the magnet covered, the hair flowing down. Yeah, I think this will be okay. And the problem is this thing is kinda... hurry up. And then you have the other hair here in front, like this. You made the mold curved to begin with. Why would that require strands to be recast? No, I wouldn't need to recast strands. I would need to make the mold. Like, it would be designing the mold, printing out the mold, hoping the printer doesn't do anything weird and it works properly, and then implementing the same thing on the mold. Now, the tricky part with that is that the deformation in Maya can be tricky. Remember, because it's computer graphics and mathematical, it will just bend, but it won't care if it is distorting the proportions. And I'm very interested that the proportions are not distorted, since that's what I need so that everything stays in place. Now, I could bend the main piece itself, make it thinner, and even a little bit taller, and try to print it. Also, curved molds can be a little bit tricky. What happened? Oh. My thermometer. Oh, God. Fell down. So yeah, the strands wouldn't need to be recast, but would take the time of designing the thing, printing it out, and other than that, it's kind of quick. It's like sanding, placing. I think we could do it. Maybe it is a good idea to try that out. Why not? It's not that much work either. So maybe we can do that tomorrow as a 3D stream instead of a workshop stream. Then print the files and come back to it. So what we could do today then is finish the hair strands and start thinking, okay, now, after all that, let's check out. So Grandy was trying to print the files themselves. Oh wow, that's a weird bending. So yeah, I think the supports did not support very well from what I'm seeing. Let me put it on screen first. What if I did infill? I'm not sure. I think this is the base of the supports. Do you have a picture before you removed the supports, or do you have an image from the slicer where I can see how the supports were placed? So I see you printed it sideways, and I see, so it's not fully bent. Well, kinda, right? I see a little bit of a curve here, but your problem, like, it seems like it's like wobbled, right? Like, huh. That's very interesting. Mangled side is on the support side. Oh, okay, so that's what happened. But everything else is also mangled, right? Like, the problem persisted all around. So yeah, usually the first layer, if you don't place it properly, this is why most people will orient their stuff at 45-degree angles. Because that way, all of this, so whenever you try to print a 2D or a flat surface, yeah, the printer will struggle a lot because you're trying to make a flat surface out of a liquid. Yeah, this one, right? So this is where all the support's going down, but at the same time, like the rest, well, when I see it here, I see like it's not very straight. Am I wrong here? Might be the distortion of the camera, but oh yeah, there's supports here. Let me see, I'll see. You have an image here. Also, you have... So, was this hollowed out? No, but this is... Yeah, it was printed like this. And we got this interesting... The other thing that weirds me out a little bit are these lines. These lines are not normal. This one and this one here. You see them, right? You probably can even feel them in your model. And those lines seem to be... It's very weird, because if your problem was some sort of suction cup issue, the lines would go this way, horizontally in the same axis as your printing. Like it would be oriented as the print bed is oriented. Mold broke? No, the mold is fine. Which mold are you asking for? Right now we're looking at Grandy's mold, because Grandy tried to print his own copy of our hair strand mold, and they're having a couple of technical issues, so I was checking it out so we could sort of like workshop what the problem could have been. Okay, so you did hollow them out. You did add draining holes, but you didn't add draining holes on the other side or on the sides. I mean, that would have helped to avoid suction cups, because these holes are good for letting the resin fall down and flow out, but you should have other holes that are very close to the print bed, or as close to the print bed as you can, so that air can flow in, to avoid the suction cup issues with your bed, because that can also add instability to the mold, to the print. No, this is like, mine is blue. This is mine. Oh, you're not seeing the camera, of course. This is ours. It's okay, it's not great. We still need to sort a couple of things out, but yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, it's right here. So these ones, I printed them fully standing up like this. I printed it this way because this surface was a little bit larger than the other one. But that way I didn't need any supports, and it was supported by its own top surface. I usually do that when I don't care about the surface finish, because yeah, having this on the print bed means this part will be a little bit larger, a little bit off, and you might even scratch it a little bit or break it when you remove it from the build plate. But I don't care about this side, right? The only thing that mattered to me on this design was this part down here. But in your case, what I think is happening, yes, it's that the print... I don't know, I'm not a full-on expert on supports, but I do know that models tend to be printed more in a diagonal, like this. Because you print it like this, the area of the unstable area will be as small as possible. The unstable area will only be the very edge of the model here, right? So whatever is pointing upwards or towards the vat is gonna print the best. So in this case, the face that is your model should be printing upwards if you're doing this sideways. But yeah, like when you print it like this, the thing is you already have full support. So it's just like printing vertically. You do have a couple of possible issues, which could be suction cups and instability, and well, my printer is very good at screwing up. You printed it on its... You printed on its head or slope? No, I printed on the head. Like this was a print bed and this looked like this. I can even bring the print bed so you can actually see it. Because the good things, I just cleaned this stuff up last time I finished the cast. Yeah, but this was printed straight on. Oh yes, oh yeah, you were going to sleep before the lunch break. Yeah, we can talk about this later, don't worry. But just so you see, this was printed like this. Can you see it? This is how I printed it all. And it actually printed and didn't even print the top layers because my printer is shorter than what it claims to be. But yeah, please go rest. If you have any questions, put them on the Discord and I'll answer them. Even if it's like off schedule, we can still work things, because I know you have a very, very different time frame But I'm very happy to help each other out and improve on this sort of stuff. But yeah, please sleep. Makes sense to print narrow than wide. I mean, standing so narrow. So it's got its pros and cons. The pros is that yes, you have well, by putting on the build plate, it's very likely that it won't move or fall or do any weird stuff. And it's gonna be sort of a cleaner print. The con of printing like this is that it's the longest possible orientation for this object to print. So it's a 15-hour print. It doesn't make sense in my brain either. You'd have no idea how many prints I've screwed up in order to barely start to understand how these stupid machines work. It's so weird. Like, you have to think in opposites and negatives and stuff moving upside down and inner pressure and the airflow. It's wacky. It's absolutely wacky. But I think there's no better way to learn it than experience. So you just screw up a couple. If you buy a resin printer, I would say that you have to assume that you're gonna. Well, if depends on you're planning to print stuff that comes already pre-designed and stuff, that would be easier. But you should have the mental image that you're probably gonna waste at least 300 grams of resin before you start making something decent. Wouldn't a smaller base mean that there's less resin to latch? Yes, but because it is so, even this little base latched onto the base, it's a lot of pressure. Because compared to the supports, imagine supports. Yeah, supports could go like all over this surface in the back if I tried to print it sideways or anything like that. But supports, they have a cone shape. They print like this. So this is your surface. Can you see this? And the supports are something like this, right? Like a cone. So actually your contact area, your support itself, it's giving you a very, very small contact area, like a little dot, like this. So having this, even if it's small, it's a lot more than a bunch of supports. You have something like this for your base, and it's incredibly stable. It's very, very, very stable. Practiced embroidery for them whole day, all failed, and I give up since I wasted so much thread. But threads are kind of cheap. Like, there's no problem with, like, one roll of thread will be like 2 kilometers worth of material, right? So why not print the mold lying down then? Well, I would print the mold lying down if I had, well, so I do have a bigger printer. I have a very big, large format printer that we bought thanks to the channel. However, I don't like to use it for smaller stuff like this because setting it up is such a hassle. It requires so much material, so much time. It's so hard to clean. And my printer itself is very small. Like the print bed, the printing area is something like this. It's like 6 centimeters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 6.5 times 12 centimeters, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so this is my printing size possibilities in my printer. So I could definitely not print it like this, or like in the smaller printer. I can barely print it like this. Not print it like this, nor like this, nor maybe in that diagonal like this. So yeah, the most efficient way for me up until now has been this, and it kind of works. I was scared that the bottom was not gonna come out fully, but it did. If you could print it lying down, it would be more stable, right? Yeah, like you could print it like this. If I had a very, very large printer, this would be the most stable, the cleanest way to print it, and also it would be the fastest way. Like printing it like this, it would take at most half an hour to print. The only big risk that would come up with doing this... Oh, you're still here. I spent a whole year before my FDM started to look good. Yes, and I need you to help me reduce that year for myself, because I'm a very big noob when it comes to FDM printers. And the Katiagon barely made something decent, but I had to scuff a lot of stuff. So I would really appreciate if you could help me out with that. But we'll talk about that later. Go to sleep! I did them on the white top part like you, with the drain holes bottom and up. You did it? For example, this one, my drain holes, well, I did this 2 huge drain holes because I was not only using them as drain holes, but also as filling holes. Because I was filling it up with regular resin. That's also a step that I'm not sure if you're gonna do. Probably not, but yeah, I think it's very useful because it makes them more sturdy. Embroidery. That sounds very illegal and very experimental. Embroidery. Just began the print. All right, well, let's hope. Okay, so you started the print. So yeah, let's hope for the best for your print. I think it should probably work that way because you're not gonna suffer with supports and it will give you the stability you need. But it's probably, well, your printer's pretty fast, so it will most likely be ready in the morning. So yeah, just let me know in the morning. We can talk it out and see what happens. Anyway, go to sleep, please. You need some rest. Rest is very important. Wait, did my chat stick? Oh yeah, it got stuck. Yeah. My first piece logo I printed, I don't know how to arrange the layers. It had so many strokes. See y'all. See you, blacksmith. See you around. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, filling them with resin makes them much sturdier and you waste very little material, and that's very... Oh, but we already ran out of resin. God damn it. Well, we'll use the fancy one. God damn it. So yeah, right now we don't have any resin to fill up the new model. Well, because I ran out of this one. I used all of it with Cupidile. But I can use the other one. Theoretically it will be cleaner, but it's so fast that it scares me. That's gonna be fun. Okay, so let's order our ideas here. In the meantime, I'll start preparing a new hair strand. So, we could tomorrow design and print, hopefully, the new piece for the body, or for the hair, like the curvature piece for the hair. So it can be a little bit cleaner, a little bit better. It's gonna be tricky to design it though, but we'll see. Yeah, because how do you close a mold that's round? Would have to be a little bit more open, but yeah. So tomorrow we should make 3D hair 3.0. Make them cast this piece. No, finish casting. I think we can do it today. Hairs. And 3D finish casting hairs. What else can we do? We'll assemble the, and then we'll move on to, so after finishing the hair, which we could very well finish this week, do you think 3D cheap printer would work for this project you're doing? I think it is possible. It is very, very possible to make decent stop motion animation with the cheapest printer you can find, and it can help you a lot, but it will be a learning curve, because the cheaper printer that you're finding is probably a filament printer, right? So I cannot help you too much with filament printing, but you definitely can. I think it's very possible. It also depends on what exactly you're looking for. Like if you have a very, very specific look and feel in mind, it would be easier to tell you if it's useful or not. But 3D printers in general, I think, how many types of 3D? Okay, so there's two basic differences. Like there's different sizes and calibrations and stuff, but the two basic things is some of them work with liquid material, which are the resin printers, like this one. And some of them work with solid material, which are the regular, their most popular type of 3D printers. Let me see if I have anything 3D printed with filament here. I got this one. So filament printers and 3D print and resin printers, they are quite different in how they behave and how they work. Because this one is like a glorified hot glue gun. It's just a glorified hot glue gun that moves in the shape that you need, and it prints out the shape. And it's pretty cool, pretty easy. It does have a little bit of problems with detail, because you can see the lines easier. Whenever you see 3D printed stuff, like those crappy dragons everyone prints and all that stuff, they're usually this type of printer. And there's nothing wrong with that, and I think you can make very decent stuff with this. It's just, it's a little bit trickier, or I don't understand it that well, but I would very, very much, if you want to try it, I would very, very much like to see what can be done with that. And then resin printers is much better for detail, for printing fine detail, flat surfaces, can be very delicate and precise, but it still has its own quirks and perks. Like no printer will just work straight out of the box perfectly, because you need to learn how it behaves and how it works. But yeah, so I like planning, but I'm really interested in making action figure-like. So what printer can you suggest? Action figure-like. I think... do you have a separate room for it? Or like place to place? Because for action figures, well, I've seen people do very good action figures. Like there's this channel, Moonshine? No, Moonshine is the other one. Moonlight? Someone here suggested it. They have made she's a girl and she makes like crazy Centraya puppets or like dolls, stuff like that. So I think you can do it with both. If you want them to look cleaner, I would go for a resin printer, although it might take you a little bit longer to figure it out. If you want it like fast, you probably can make it with a filament printer, but I'm not sure if a cheaper one will do it. Now the good thing is, a resin printer will work with almost any material you put it in. Like I don't need any special resin, but filament printers, the one I have, for example, cannot print with high resistance materials like ABS and what's the other one? ASA, because it's very toxic and you should not print with that, because my printer doesn't have an enclosure nor a filter nor stuff like that, so it's kind of dangerous. But the resin printers, you can print with any resin. Also, resin is kind of unpleasant. It's not a lovely experience. It's a little bit smelly. So resin printer is versatile, and the filament, I don't know. I feel like I'm very biased because I'm more of a resin printing guy. Like I've been printing in resin for like 5 years, and I've been printing in filament for like 1 year. So maybe I'm just bad at it because I don't have the experience. But I would say I like resin printing better, but again, I might be very biased. And now the problem with resin printers is that usually it's much smaller formats. You won't be able to print something very big because, well, unless you buy like a very, very big resin printer, but I would very much not recommend that to you. Like if you buy a medium-size filament printer and a large-size filament printer, the workflow is almost the same. But if you buy a small resin printer and a large resin printer, in principle it is the same, but moving around high volumes of resin and cleaning up large surfaces, and it's a lot messier and weirder. So if you're gonna start with a resin printer, I would very, very much advise you to buy a small one. Not the tiny ones from Temu or AliExpress, but yeah, like a smaller format one. I think there are like 10 inches now, the standard small printer. That's what I would recommend to start with. I don't know, like it's a whole world. I mean, I think you'll enjoy it either way. But if it's for puppets, I don't know, it's such a hard question. Maybe we can talk it out a little bit more in Discord, or I can think about it a little bit more. I've just been seeing videos of people doing this, but I feel like the videos of people that make this stuff, they lean more towards filament printing, but I'm not sure why or how. Or oh no, I have the Temu version here called Shopee. That's where I buy stuffs. I mean, if it's any cubic, it's fine, but if it's like a Xing Huangwei something and you don't really know if it works, it's kind of risky. I'm still new to 3D printing, but would it be accurate to say resin printers are better for designing your models and FDM is better for figures and big things? It might be. Yeah, okay. For figures and big things. So I feel like most people who get into 3D printing, it's most likely like from an online shop. It's like you print stuff that you download online. But I feel like the work of designing a piece for printing in FDM compared to designing a piece for printing in resin, yes, it's a lot more, right? Because you need to think a lot more cleverly about supports. Like auto support in FDM is absolute trash. Or I've never had a good experience with auto supports in FDM. And auto supports in resin printers is pretty decent. Okay, so let's cast this while we keep talking about resin printers or other printers. One pro of FDM is the sheer number of different filaments. Yes, like the FDM is very versatile, but tell me something, Dibadaba, you might know this a little bit more than me. I think there's a certain limit in how versatile your printer can be, especially the low-end ones. Like what I know or understand, and I might be wrong, so that's why I'm asking you, is I think low-end printers, like the cheapest ones you can find for maybe $200, the Anycubic Cobra 2 Neo, or the what's the other Creality ones, like the lowest priced ones. I think they're pretty good and pretty great, but from what I think I've read, I don't remember very well, is that because it doesn't have an enclosure and because the heating is kind of limited, you don't have the full access to the spectrum of materials in filament. Like ASA and ABS is kind of out of bounds, because I'm not sure if it's because just the thing doesn't heat enough or just because it's dangerous because of you need a proper enclosure for that. I don't know, the reason why I want a resin printer because I can test multiple designs at once, so prototyping is way faster. Yes, that is, well, yes and no, honestly, because prototyping on a resin printer... No, actually, I will tell you this, straight up, Toby. Well, it depends on the type of pieces, but prototyping, I think it's faster with the FDM printer. I'll say it like that, even if I don't feel like I'm that much of an expert. Why? Because you don't need to think only on the time that it takes to print a piece out. The problem with resin printers is that you print them and then you need to clean them and then you need to cure them and then you can start thinking about using the piece. So it's 3 processes that actually require you to actively engage with the piece. Meanwhile, the FDM printers, if you try to prototype something quickly, you just print it it's kind of faster. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm biased because my printer is very slow, but I can print a piece like this. Where's it? I was just showing. I think this can get printed in about... Sneeze. This can get printed in about 20 minutes. And it's printed, and straight off the build plate, I can start using it right away. Printing this on my printer, again, I might be biased because my printer is kind of old, it would take about the same time, half an hour, but after I settled twice with it. Yeah, my printer's pretty old. Yeah, sorry. My printer's, but what printer are you using? But that's a filament printer, right? Multiple designs, brother. Gonna print PLA and maybe ABS, I don't remember. So I think the basics are PLA and PETG. But yeah, I do know there's like... Sorry, I didn't read that. So on my POV, I want to save money since it's my first time and I just wanted to practice. I'm scared it might break if I go straight into a more expensive branded one. So yeah, if you're going for something cheaper and if you're scared of breaking and stuff, there is another factor there. I think, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, anyone here, but I think resin printers are better in the area that you don't need to tinker with them that much. Like, they usually kind of work straight out of the box, but you need to learn just how to make the shapes and stuff, and they waste so little material. And the filament printers usually use a lot more material because they do need an infill for internal structure and stuff. You cannot print fully hollow like the resin one can. So I would say if you want something reliable and easy, probably a cheaper but resin printer. You won't need to tinker with it that much because it's a more complex machine, but because it's a more complex machine, it's designed so you don't need to tinker with it. So it's like the screen works, the calibration works, everything works. So it's kind of pricey. I mean, filament and resin, they're both... So I think filament can be a little bit cheaper than resin, but what I can tell you is if your filament printer gets clung, because I've had that, like having clogs of material on the hot end, it's such a pain to open it up because you need to remove it, take off the hot end, clean it up, make sure there's no filament inside. It's such a hassle. If the resin printer fucks up, the worst thing you need to do is just clean the vat, which is kind of clumsy, but it's not as complicated as disassembling the machine. It's just you're cleaning a container. So if that's an important factor to you, I would lean then a little bit more into the resin printers. I think you can find a very decent resin printer for... I remember when our printer was failing, I started to look up prices for a replacement printer and a small format, and I found like a kind of high-end, very decent one, high quality, even rewarded one. Hearing from someone who knows this stuff's much scarier than I was looking for. Oh goodness, hearing from someone who knows this stuff, it's more scarier. I'm not sure if it's scarier talking to me or if it's... I'm not sure if I'm understanding the phrase correctly. Is it scarier speaking to me or is it scarier looking for the information on Google? I mean, the process. Oh, well, I do like to talk a lot, you know me. But I'm a very... like, I like to question things a lot, so maybe I make stuff more complicated than it should be, but I always like to see all the sides, like cleaning and shit. So yeah, the resin printing cleaning can be a little bit of a hassle. So you need to wear gloves, wear a mask. The smell can be kind of potent. you have to clean your container, clean the vat, clean the models, all that stuff. Took me like 3 hours because I had to keep changing the size by 1 millimeter. I feel like, oh, faster in resin. Oh, because you can just print the 5 of them in a single shot. Okay, you got a point there. So if you're prototyping that sort of stuff, yeah, maybe you are right. You can print, well, that's great. Like you can print 7 or 10 things at the same time, and it'll take the same amount of time. The only problem is that when you have a flaw, like well, that also happens with the filament printers, but when something goes wrong, everything goes wrong, right? If there's a misprint or a vacuum suction cup issue or something like that, all of the models will suffer the consequences at the same time. But it is true, like you can, if those sort of tests where you're making like one hole 1 millimeter smaller every single time, yeah, definitely will help a lot. But it's a plug and play thing and you just replace canister and shit. I mean, there are a couple ones that kind of work like that, but they are the expensive, pricier ones. If you want that plug and play experience, I would go for a cheap filament printer and just buy PLA and PTG. And I think you could make a decent figure. It might not be as sturdy or professional quality, but you could learn how to do it. You could learn how to work with it on the filament printer. And once you feel confident enough, you can maybe buy a new printer that's a little bit better and start working with the more good materials. But if you want plug and play straight up, no funny business, no masks, no gloves, the filament printer, the cheaper filament printer would probably be right about what you're looking for. I mean, that was my experience with a filament printer. I just grabbed it and instantly I was able to print, like the very same day that I got it, I was already printing, not even like default models, like my own models. Because I had some sort of, it was actually a year ago, I had some sort of a Christmas decoration commission. So I was making the Christmas decoration and yeah, the very same day, don't worry, Dressy, no problem. The very same day that I got the printer, I started printing chairs. The hardest part was the assembly. They usually come disassembled. Okay, last question. You can ask as many questions as you want. Which is more expensive material, resin or filament? Resin is more expensive, but you'll use less. So a container of resin like this one probably run you about, let's say $25, maybe 20. You can find a couple of discounts and stuff. But let's say that the standard price of one of these standard, nothing fancy resin containers, 1 kilogram, will be, it will be $25. Filament, I think you can maybe find it for about 15. Right? So a basic PLA, PTG filament, you can probably find them for about 15. There's probably some that you can find for the same $25, but if you're looking for cheap ones, you can buy probably something around $20, $15. And now the thing is, it will last you a little bit less because these models tend to be a little bit heavier than these models. Because the printer can print them with very thin walls and with very little support. However, with filament, you usually need more support, need more stability and stuff. But honestly, I can say from experience, both of them, your first kilogram feels eternal. It's like you will be surprised, at least that was my experience. With my first kilogram in both of these things, I was surprised with how much I could get from a single kilogram of material. We're at 1060, what are you talking about? So both of them you will be. So hearing what you're telling me, I would probably go for a filament printer, start with the casual materials, PLA, PTG. It's gonna be sturdier, harder than what you than the resin materials, because the resin thing is a little bit brittle. The filament is very strong. This is more like toy material. This is a little bit more like, I don't know, like porcelain delicate sculpture thing. So been doing a counting thing where you start at 71 and you have to count up. So next use multiple views. We're not, check the message before we're at 160. See what I mean? So I've been doing a counting thing where you start at 71 and then you have to count up. So next type is 72, then 73. And multiple people can up it by 1. Check the yeah, okay. All right. We're already at 1060. That's a lot of writing. Huh. You can see what's happening at Counterform 71, neocities.org. Okay, freak me, more questions since you trigger my interest. Yeah. Again, you can ask me as much as you want. I love answering questions. I love helping people. That's kind of my jam. So please don't feel restricted to 1 or 2 questions. If I say I have now learned filament printing, am I now eligible? Yeah, you don't need one or the other. Like, they are kind of different, but you'll get the principles either way. So yeah, if you learn to use a filament printer, you can definitely, I mean, you don't even need to know how to use a filament printer to move into the resin one. I started the other way around. But yeah, you'll get some principles like overhangs and, you know, figuring out printing time, efficiency, that sort of stuff in both of them, no matter. But yeah, you can definitely move from one into the other. Again, I'm just saying this from your questions that you said you wanted, but something that was a little bit more of a plug and play. And I remember when I got my filament printer, I got it, I built it, which was kind of annoying, but not impossible. I finished building it, I turned it on, and I started printing. I think the first print I did was one of those flexible T-Rex figures. I printed one of those right away, and I was very impressed with how quickly and easily it was. I did struggle a lot with the building, but that's because I'm clumsy. But I was very impressed with how easy the plug and play thing was. The resin, it's kind of the same, but it's a little bit slower because, yeah, you need to, you know, put the resin in, cast the stuff, make sure everything's properly, well, leveled. I feel like it's a little teeny tiny bit more of a hassle than resin printing. So it's not that I don't think you should go for one or the other, but because you were saying you wanted something that was like plug and play, press Ctrl P and take it out of the printer, like a regular 2D printer experience, yeah, I think the filament 3D printer is what you're looking for. But yeah, you can learn both of them pretty easily and pretty quickly, and it doesn't take that much. As I was telling you, like a high-end, very decent, award-winning 3D printer of small size in resin, I was seeing in around $300. And I'm telling you, like a high-end one, probably like an older model, something that you can find it in 200-ish. I was looking at the Yellow Goose. Yeah, just go with your gut and enjoy it. Like, either or, I'll do my best to make your experience as simple as possible, so you don't have to struggle as I did. I haven't checked your link, Dressy, but I really wanna. I've been stalling with this hair strand for a while, so Want to take care of this real quick. Neo series in Big 25. Wait, I'll check that out in a minute, but I need to cast it. But yeah, 3D printing is fun. Okay, so we're just 3 hair strands away from finishing this. Actually, this could mean that we're already done, but I always like to have 2 spares in case something breaks. Alright, cheeky breaking, cheeky breaking, cheeky breaking. This does not look right. No, it's fine, okay. Oh god, no, it's not fine. Gonna have to open again, this is gonna be a mess. Oh god. Oh, awesome. Okay, we're really gonna need that cheeky breaky now. Oh god. This is why I make spares. William, how's it going? Okay. Looks better, but it's probably worse on the inside. So it looks properly closed, however, yeah, like reopening the mold is never a good idea, so just did it because I saw that it wasn't closing properly. Going somewhere. How are you? How did the hair end up? We're still struggling with it. We were actually debating ourselves on redesigning this part because yeah, maybe with a little bit of redesign, we could make something a little bit better and save ourselves some trouble here. And I was thinking about that, yeah. So right now we're about to finish casting our final 2 neural hair strands. We can finish those today. Maybe I can set up the first level, like the upper part for Neuro's hair strands today also. And yeah, tomorrow we can redesign in the computer the piece. However, the mold is going to be tricky to open. Okay, so now I'm going to check the link that Dressy sent. Neo Cities then counter from 71. It's loading. Last user to keep going. What address? Your number is 1050. One number to go hide. We are doing it here. Stream started it all. What is this? So there's another chat. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. So yeah. So I think it's the best way to go because I was thinking of, so I made a prototype here of how the hair could end up looking. And it's okay, but it's not great. Yeah, maybe by tweaking it, we can actually make it look much better and work with that instead. So yeah, maybe it is worth the effort. So we can have, yeah, like a more perfect design. And that way we don't expend strands that we don't need to. Because this thing, unfortunately, we have those little hiccups with the silicone. It does look kinda blobby in some places, but it's much better than the one we had before. Like, I already like this a lot because it does feel, you know, like hair. And maybe we just need to make it work. With everything else. Nap, dork, nelif, comfy, despair. Wait, shouldn't despair be working? Oh, it only works on... Oh, well, it doesn't work either way in the... So explain you want to fix? Let me show you. So, beneath this layer of hair, I wanted to have a second layer of hair because this one looks a little bit bare bones. You can still see a little bit of the scalp underneath, right? So I wanted a second layer to cover all of that underneath. And for that I would make this mold that was going to be making like a surface beneath the back of the head all around. And this would be, yeah, the inside of the mold, with hair strands poking all around. You can see the little pieces of hair strands here and there, right? So this will be hair strands going down and this thing on top. However, because the shape comes from a flat shape and not from a sphere, kind of a circular-ish shape, you get this little gap here that looks kind of weird. So what I was trying to do is trying to tweak with the wires themselves a way to make it more of a rounder shape instead of having it be this flat bent inwards. So I did a couple of cuts in the sides and sort of like pressured them in with a little bit of twisting on the, and worked a little bit better, but it's still kind of, it still looks a little bit off. Like you can see a little bit of the shape being weird once you put the other thing on top. Like it's good, but it's not very clean. What I was saying is this is still much better than Extravaganza, but it would still have a couple of defects. But yeah, maybe we can just redesign this, print the new shape and hope for the best. Because this looks kind of off. Once you put this and this underneath, the volume, the shape, bending over side, I see. Yeah. Especially like back here. Look at that shape. The shape of the head seems off. So yeah, maybe we can make a piece designed for this and not misuse our hair strands. So yeah, maybe we can do that. I only hope the printer works. Look. But yeah, other than that, it's coming along. I'm very happy that we're almost done with the neuro hairs. And we could probably set up the upper part. Maybe I can start cutting pieces. I'll change gloves because these ones are already very messy. Or I can keep them around for when I do more casting stuff. Printer, are you okay? Printer, are you okay? Are you okay, printer? But yeah, other than that, it's been a chill day. I had started a little bit later than usual. And yeah, just been chilling, you know. And we spent a lot of time talking about printers right before you arrived, I believe. Or I think we were still talking about printers when you arrived. And yeah, just keeping it calm. So we're gonna have, need a couple new gloves and maybe we can cut new pieces here. We still got two of these that need clean up. One of these was kinda fucked. Yeah, so these two. Oh no. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, it's sharply. Okay, we'll cut these two even if we might not use it. We'll preferably not use them because they look terrible. Should Maria sent on the number chain? Yes, I did. I don't understand what it is at all, but I thought it would be funny. So it's like just a chat and you're sending numbers in a Twitch chat. Don't understand why or how or what the deal is, but sure. For no reason, we're just counting numbers. All right. But whose channel is it? What do they usually stream? What's the deal here? We got raided here? Oh, really? I didn't see it. I've never streamed before. Oh, okay, so you got raided from another channel. Oh, okay, okay. Alright, sounds fun. Yeah, these two strands are really horrible, so I really hope we don't need to use these because they suck. Keep these ones on the side. At least your project's moving somewhere. Mine is stuck. Please order for gems. Well, you're just waiting for the gems to arrive, right? This order was accepted, got to work, and news since Sunday, no good news. This place can provide 25 of 10 grams for just about $9. Bad news. This place is so strongly organized. I've yet to pay for order. Wait, so you ended up buying from another provider? You already had paid for one, right? But yeah, like right now your project's, at least it's just waiting for... All you need to do is wait for stuff to arrive, right? I haven't. Oh, you haven't. Okay, well, at least you don't lose money there. 27 packages for around $9. Bad news, this place so strangely organized. I've yet to pay it for order. Oh, well, I mean, it is still progress, and you already have the perfect sheet template ready. By the way, how did you make that? I saw that you were making that in the... And paid that, just waiting for my order to be packaged. All right. But well, then that doesn't sound like you're fully stuck. If they told you like, hey, yes, your gems are on the way, they'll be there in 6 months, then you would be very stuck. You know, maybe you could make a resin mold and cast your own diamonds. And you could make any diamond of any color you'd like. I don't know, maybe I'm straying a little bit too much. I just thought it would be fun. I have a couple of molds here. They're like kitchen molds, but they have very, very nice shapes. However, I did throw out the casts. Like you can make glossy shapes and also wouldn't be very hard to make. I think you could mold for your diamonds and casts. I don't know, like 20. I'm on the website for contribution. Yay! There I am. Yay! I guess the tricky part would be that you would have to be very precise with the colors yourself. Because yeah, I can make like red, blue, green, orange, but I cannot assure you that I'm gonna make green 952 with 12% yellow and stuff like that. But it does sound fun. Just imagine, gentlemen, being able to make whenever you want all the diamonds you want. Because probably like a 100 diamond mold would use what, like 5 grams of resin? I overdid the detail of the shell of the turtle. I'm drawing. Oh, let me see. Is it on Discord? Step by step instruction on how I did the scheme on a weekend if you're interested. As for printing my own gems, I thought about that. It sounds impractical for me. I have no idea how to make colors work. Yeah, that would be the trouble. Like, you probably wouldn't be able to make like such precise colors, but if you just want to make like red, blue, green, it would not be that hard. Yeah, no, the prints are not going to print the exact color. You would have to wing it a little bit yourself. But I wasn't saying printing the gemstones yourself. I was more into casting from the, like making a mold from the gems that you already have. You can make a quick mold and probably start casting gems very quickly. But yeah, the color matching would definitely be a lot of work. Oh no. Here. Oh god. I'm thinking about looking for a place somewhere in the city center which could sell such gems. So far, no luck. I wouldn't know how to find that sort of stuff, and even less in another place. I mean, I didn't know that gem paintings existed before you started sharing it here, so I would be very lost on how to help you there. But yeah, hopefully you can find a place. Adam. Well, look who's here. Nathan Webster. When you'll rather, use the perks of not having ads in Twitch. I mean, I don't judge you, but considering you just got a sub, I find it weird to see you on YouTube. But hello! Anyone play the Chinese knockoff of the new game Forgotten Files? Yeah, I think I played the knockoff of Forgotten Files yesterday. Well, Lost Library. Forgot I subbed on Twitch. I mean, if you like ads, be my guest. It's better for me. But you already paid for this. So yeah, we played Abandoned Archive yesterday. if that's what you're asking. And the game kicked my butt. What? That's 70 blocked and counting. Wait, what? And they're really trying. Yes, YouTube is insistent. Button found. Thank God there's no ads for me on YouTube, I think. I don't know, they are very, very vicious with their use of ads. Remember way back when you would only get one single ad on YouTube? I was a young man back then, full of hopes and dreams. Turtle is done. Messed up the background. I thought you were talking about Vettel stream or something like that. Give me a sec. Wow, looks amazing. Freaking snapping turtle. Let me. So this. That looks good. Is that a giant turtle? Dino turtle? Wow, it looks pretty cool. I really, really love it. You're really good at shading with this stuff. I love the... I don't know how you call it in English. In Spanish we call it achurado, which is the shadows made with just simple lines. But I love the shadows under the neck and under the belly. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Is this showing on stream? I'm very good at not showing stuff when we're hatching. Yes, that's the word. Kind of mall called? Isn't, well, no, well, this is a, well, I mean, it might be a blend of stuff, but it's more of a resembling of a snapping turtle, right? But I'm not sure if their beak has a particular type of name or category on itself. What kind of mall call? Komodo dragon with shell looks awesome. Yeah, like it's simpler, but it drives more attention towards the... I call it a beak, but yeah, I also have the idea of a beak, but I'm not sure if I'm also screwing up. House-side snapping turtle that's surprisingly agile for its size. Ooh. Industrial cousin of the wolf bear, the steel borer. Does sound like a good name for the big turtle. Ninja turtle trained by Fillion. Have to watch the dev stream. Had hell of a day at work. All right, good work. Good luck. Wait, so oh, yesterday's dev stream. Yeah, have fun. I'll be back for still on. I'd say I'll be back if you're still on, but I feel like you'd rather not be all night at this lol. Not all night, but I could stay late. I started very late today, so I would like to not lose track. But yeah, I mean, once we cut this and make the shapes and all that stuff, we might not have anything else to do today. Because the next step will be the redesign, which we probably can pull off tomorrow before we do our before lunch. I think I could have lunch and then cut and have another stream for back to the workshop. Wish I had an office job so I could watch streams live. Someday, maybe someday. Or you can just have them in earbuds if it's like a, I don't know, standing up job, something like that. Third hair redesign will be a fourth. Depends where you start counting. If it's for neuro only, it would probably be the third. Won't be that much. Like this time it's not like going back on full. It's just a little tweak, but the other pieces still work and everything else been all right. But probably the fourth if you count from the start. Like we had, this is hair number 1. Then evil would be hair number 2. Then the big failure would be hair number 3. And oh, then that would be the 5th one. But it would be the 4th redesign then. Yeah, it depends where you start counting, but it's gonna be worth it. Like right now that I saw the upper piece, it looks good. I like how it's turning out. So I think all of this back and forth has been worth the effort. But yeah, it's been slow. Sorry about that, but I've done my best. No net connection in a quarry. All right. So the music ended. Any suggestions on what to listen next? Thanks for answering earlier. I was working, saw my brother's 3D printed Marvel figures and kind of want to try it. Yeah, well, so did he buy the 3D printed figures or did he make them? Because if he made them, well, maybe you can use the same system, whatever he's been using. Or if you've got pictures, maybe I can see them and figure out what it is. He's printed and painted them. He's painted them, I would probably go with them most likely resin, right? But yeah, if that's what you want, I would tell you this. Like, I can give you all the different pros and cons for all of them, but I think the most important thing will be whatever you want to do with your gut. Like, if you see any of these machines and you think, this one looks fun, I want that one, I think that's even more important than everything I can tell you with, I don't know, like the learning curve and this and that, because if you enjoy it, the learning curve is going to not feel that much drastic. Relaxing JRPG music. Pokemon. Where Mario Kart bobs for speeding on the highway. That sounds about. I'm not planning on making a business just for fun. Yeah. So if it's just for fun, go with your gut. Like, look at, make some research, do some research, but in the end, if you want to do it for fun, well, just pick the one that you feel that in your gut that seems more fun to you. And whichever it is, I will try to help you out with whatever I can. And yeah, don't be overwhelmed by all the different factors and stuff. Both of them are quite fun. Both of them are quite interesting. They don't vary in price that much. It's not like one is much more expensive than the other. The only one that's extremely pricey is the powder printing system, which I think it's called SLA. I don't remember, but that one is, it's like aerospace level prices. But 3D printing, resin, filaments, they're both pretty cool. So just go with your gut, have fun, and whatever it is you choose and you buy and whatever, we gladly will help you out here and in Talking Shop, our Discord channel where we talk shop. All right, what should I do today? I don't know. What are your plans? What possibilities are there? To play Abandoned Archive all day until you finish it, until you finish the 100 floors, or I don't know. Code, emotes, animation. You're working on the animation. I'm not sure what you're working code-wise, but I know in animation you're working on the buckshot roulette animation, which was pretty cool. So I'll probably cast my vote onto animation. But you pick whatever you wish. Quiz. Buckwheat roulette. I think I'll go on a night walk. It's late, but weather outside it's so nice not to go. Yeah, enjoy. Have fun. Oh, it's in question heavy bullet nerd. Past 1 a.m. already, but there's snow and like 4 -8 Celsius. Alright, just put on a coat or something. Sound like... sounds like very cold. I'm not used to cold. I'm from the desert, like los pollos hermanos. Not really. You know, Mexico's not that much of a desert as they sell it, but, well, we do have deserts, but not really full-on Breaking Bad deserts. But we barely have snow. I think I've never seen snow. I think I've never seen snow in Mexico. There probably has to be a couple places where it snows, but not here. Mariana's backyard. Yeah, that's exactly how all Mexico looks like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. There's no cities, there's no buildings. I'm actually recording this with cactus. I'm using a cactus as my tripod. I have my camera strapped onto the cactus, like pinned into the needles, and that's how I set up my stream, you know? +C. 3+C is normal. You can always put on more clothes. We can always say yes. I honestly I like cold more than warm weathers. I'll die in 30C? What the? I think I've been up to 38C or something like that. And that's when you start to die. Yeah, right now we're starting winter and I'm at 24.3. Humidity is important. We have 38% humidity also right now. It's fun having my thermometer now. It's not only good for silicone, just for talking about the weather. Crazy weather lately, huh? I mean, -20 already feels like something that nobody should experience. And then you say that feels like -30. It just sounds evil. That's Napoleon ending temperatures right there. Ice hole swim. How? Holy, you need special training for that. You cannot just jump in an ice hole and chill. Literally chill. So that when water feels warmer than air, Jesus. That's like Frankenstein levels of ice and water and stuff. Somewhere in Siberia, minus 70 degrees. Yeah, well. Yeah, a little bit. If you don't know what you're doing, you can get in trouble. I think, yeah, like anyone from here would just instantly suffocate and sink. Like that, the minus 20 water sounds like instant shock for me. This water is never below zero. Well, that's the point. But I go now. Alright, enjoy your walk, have fun. How do people live in Siberia? I don't know. Why do people live in Australia? They were sent there as punishment, or because it was run from punishment. So either you go there as punishment or to run away for your punishment, from your punishments. That's the only reason to be there in the first place. Usually, yeah, more or less. Okay. Okay, 4 more cut. 2 more to cast. 5 more to cut. Oh yeah, you also have like the Inuit people living far north. Where are the Inuit from? Are they from Antarctica? Or are they from Upper Canada? No, Canada's not Inuit, right? I don't know. I don't remember where the Inuits were from, but they also have like... Yeah, they lived in the harshest environments ever. For no reason in particular, apparently. Trees, no food, barely any vegetation, cold the entire year. Yeah, I don't know. Never thought on... Well, it's hard to think on what pushed great-great-great-great-grandpa. What's an Inuit name? To live there in the first place. Yeah, that is true. Like if you were born in the desert and all in the tundra, and the tundra is all you know, why would you leave it, go anywhere else? There is nothing but snow. It's hard to live. So yeah, what I understand from living in those very harsh environments is that you need to be very careful with how much energy you spend in every endeavor. So if you see a hunt but you feel like the hunt is not worth the effort of going outside and trying to catch whatever prey it is, yeah, you just let it go, because you need to be very careful in picking your battles out there. Stuff like that, right? Meanwhile, the Polynesians, the ocean is our playground. terrible cut that was. Da-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Da-da-da-da-da. Dun, dun, dun. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Okay. I think we can open this one now. Austronesians are kind of insane. Started in Taiwan, ended up anywhere the Indian Pacific Ocean touches, from Madagascar all the way to Hawaii. Yeah, like, when did they master like, sailing and navigation? Before Christ or something like that? Yeah, BC. Pretty crazy. So they ended up everywhere. I'm not sure where they mastered navigation. They didn't master it, they just did it. They winged it. throughout centuries. Flood with wooden boats, yep. Okay, let's make one more of these. We're heading to a new land. We're to sail in the direction of the new land. Follow the wind. And the 20 ships sailing. One of them has to find a new island. At least. The other ones will probably perish. Trust the gods. They had some maps. Didn't they use the stars as a guide or something? I feel like the stars have always been a general guide for people. But, I mean, in an ocean, I guess you don't really know where an island is or not. You don't know it previously. Okay, second to last Nuru Herstrand. There's only work at night though. Well, yeah, but if your travel is like three weeks long of travel, that means you've got plenty of hours to look at the map. What do you do with? Well, with the sun, you can at least know where east and west is. So if you need to, if you have to know that you need to travel in certain general direction, you can do that. but for more precision, I guess that's when you use the stars. I don't know, I've never been able to understand how they use the stars for guiding themselves. Like, I understand it vaguely, but it's not like I can see the skies and see like, oh yes, that's very easy. So France is that way. Yeah, I don't know either. There's water everywhere you look. So I don't think you can find it if you don't know there is an island there. I don't think there's a way to find an island if you don't know that it exists. Like, I'm not sure. Yeah, as many bird you don't. You just sail until either you find something or you die. And once you find it, you thank the land for the rest of your life. And that's how civilization was born. Maybe full of birds or something. Well, yeah, birds are a good indicator, but when you're like deeply in sea, like why would a bird fly that far into the sea? They usually don't do that unless you're very close to a coast. Albatros can fly pretty far, I think. I don't know how far, but even if you can, why would you fly into the ocean? Birds are not as dumb as people to try and find new land, I believe. Unless they're ducks, they have some sort of weird community sense for that. Okay, this one's running way faster than usual for some reason, but we're pretty much done. I don't know how far an albatross can fly, but you don't find them all around the world, right? You only find them in Peru? No, that's a condor. I don't know where you can find the albatross. Is it in Peru? Shaky braking, shaky braking, shaky braking. No, flying 1 kilometer before landing. Jesus. We found but these fly far, they don't need. Lemon seems very slow. There's 3,000 around 2 hours to place 225 yen, 25 hours more. Well, you still have the weekends. But wait, so did you already get the jewels for the diamonds for Neuro? No, it's the horse. Oh, you're still on the horse. I thought... No, you were halfway done with the horse. Yeah, you're right. It's okay. In the meantime, you can wait for the... Oh, that way you can... not get too stressed out. You can take your time to find the Neuro diamond. Neuro week 5,770 pieces. That's a little bit smaller than the horse. Like the horse was with 6,000 maybe. Horse about 11k. Okay, so it's slightly smaller. Well, yeah, like it's half of what the horse, but that doesn't mean it's half size. That would be 4 times less, right? So it's like 25% smaller than the horse. Playing the trumpet this time. It's kind of late for that. Okay. Oh yeah, so the next strand is the one that's got a fly on it. You see it there? Tiny little spot. A little messed up, so I have 7076 Neuro and 88 canvas. Should have started with finding the canvas and then making the picture. Oh, so it's not the right size then? Okay, little fly. Now it's your turn to go away. Poor little fly. Still has its legs though. Yeah. There we go. Apparently swifts almost never stop flying, almost never land. Hummingbirds are the same, right? If they stop, their heart explodes or something like that. Next close one. Oh, okay, so the only canvas available is the smaller one. But you can use a bigger canvas and just cut it when you're finished, right? Cut the edges. Wouldn't that be possible? Or you could try and see what happens if you make the canvas a little bit bigger. Ah, the picture frame, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Do you need a special picture frame for the diamond paintings, or does any printing type of frame do? Because there's people who can make custom frames, right? Yeah, it's a little bit pricier, maybe. Took a while to find. Yeah, that is true. Huskov Buddy. In 1950s New York mobster voice. That's a real nice set you got there. A real shame this month something happened to it, you know? Talking about the hair strands, or? But if I buy a 3D printer and print my own frames, but wouldn't the frame be a little bit too big for like 86 millimeters? Kind of big. I think it can fit, but it's a little bit big. but maybe in a smaller. Give me a second. Yeah, a filament printer would probably be able to print that. Like the one I have, which is a cheap one, goes from 22. Yeah, I think it's 22 by 22 centimeters, so 220 by 220. So yeah, maybe with a 3D printer you could print your own frames. I'm not sure what finish you're looking for on the frames though, and also the glass is going to be tricky. Oh, per plate part. Okay, so you'd have to go the long route then. Seems like evil is that. It might seem like Evil was more of a menace than she was, but in typical fashion, she'd rather ask personal questions than play games. Go to work. Alright. Good luck, John Lennon. I'll see you around. New Leaf. She does have her moments, but tends to find itself at odds with her brat, the brat in her. Oh, the caramel hair, yeah. I want to see if we can make our starfish today. Just trying to pick the right ones. Making sure everything's kind of in place. Might not tear. That sort of stuff. I need to clean this up. I wish there's no chocolate in the middle of our caramel hair. Okay. There are first strands. These two could be center ones. And this one could go for the second spot, which is 10:05. Seems decent to me. This must be a decent 10:05. Twelve. I got those measurements. Let's see. Sharpie's kind of running dry. Okay, well, this is done. Let's cast our final hair strand. This way. Fluffy 18 Chan, hello, welcome, hi. How's it going? We're here in my chat's in the middle of a neuro rave while I'm casting. So I'm making the hair for Neuro-Sama and Evil. I already have Evil's basic first layer of hair here, and I'm making the second one right now. Well, I'm more like I'm making the first one for Neuro this time. But I need to make one final hair strand before we move into that. So this is the mold I use for the hair strands. Elaborate string of Twitch emotes telling a story of deeply emotional trauma and epic drama. I mean, yay. Neuro dancing emote, yay. And Neuro evil. Okay, one final hair strand. I'm totally hip and in with it, teenager not nearing 40-year-old with a troubling understanding of modern memes. Are you? Input. Okay, so final strand. What is up happening at the down low? Plays my Yomi's audible snapping sound. This hip bends 90 degrees. Right. Cheap Chinese knockoff Napa. What's that? 500 runes instead. 1, 2, 3. Cheap Chinese knockoff Napa in the corner. Hey, Borgita. Has a scanner sale. Okay. Final hair strand. Yay! Our final Neuro-Sama hair strand. For now, hopefully. Unless I screw up again. Okay, so besides the fly, what's the best side on this one? Alright, one final cheeky-breeky. Ah, was a cheeky-breeky right on time, don't worry. They're the best Zelda song ever. Beaten not only by Zelda 2 dungeon theme and Gerudo Bar. Gerudo Valleys are quite the blast. Ba-da-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-dum. Okay, let's leave this to rest here. Clean this up a little bit. We can keep on trying to make our freaking Let the emote not render. Neuro-Sama has been loading for a while. Like I recently added it. On Saturday stream, I believe. So you know, it's just sometimes takes a couple of days to show up. Let me see. I can try to use the update and see if that works. Give you a class 3 emote honors badge for those privileged. What could be a good class 3 emote? The maid outfit. I'm gonna put the maid outfit avatar as a class 3 emote. If I ever find the file. Okay, so we got this. Now I was gonna try and do the update. Like this. Your voice and sexy ara style to company set emote. Sure, whatever rustles your jimmies. This will work. Yeah, Neuro-Sama is still the only one, and Noodle is the other one that's not. Okay. Let's bring this back. Set it all up. All right. Oh. The cap of this thing. Wait, where's your gloves? You need to protect your identity. My identity. You've seen my hands a million times. You've made weird comments on my hands already. So, but yeah, the thing is, the gloves are full with silicone, and I'm trying to be a little bit. I'm needing a little bit more finesse right now for the cutting of these pieces. So, yeah. You have typical VTuber hands. Thank you, I guess. I mean, I have like Japanese woman hands. Loot. Those noodles, you change your color again? Oh no. I have 3 different cats or 3 different windows, and in each of them, Husk of Body has a different color for some reason. So you're white in the ground control window, green in the Twitch window. Why do I have 2 Twitch windows? You're green in this Twitch window and orange in the other Twitch window. Noodly, strangely feminine fingers will be all over the internet, and you won't be able to pee in the men's room without me. Complete trying to chat you up at the urinal, commenting on them. I don't think that's not really how stuff works over here. And I don't think my hands are very recognizable. But I don't know, we'll see. I'll put you to a test someday, see if you can recognize my hands between other VTubers' hands or something. Oh, it got stuck. The chat got stuck. Nathan. So silky and soft hands. This antics better not follow me into a streamer debut. Sup, Fluffy-chan? So I wanted to try to see if maybe I can make my life a little bit easier. Instead of wrapping every wire individually, wrapping them together, like as a single braid. But I'm not sure if that will work. But what better way to find out than trying, right? I'm still trying. Ha ha ha, Automata got you. You got automated, haha. Me trying to tell a spooky looking avatar and horror fan motif phantom. Don't let me forget that I'm a perverse weirdo with me. We'll let it slide. I'm gonna spend the remaining time till your next movie testing. Which words get automated? You're gonna try all of them? All of them? Saspot. So I'm not catching the overripened banana. Originally whole. Berries with it. Just put my account into a filter and have it block everything. Oh, so you're just gonna start spamming stuff until you find out whatever gets blocked by the Autobot? Can't you try that in your own Twitch chat? Wouldn't that be easier? You really think I have that level of dedication? I don't know, you're a mysterious creature. Sometimes. That's not good, that's not good. El criatura. Alright, we're back again. House clean, cheeky breaky in advance. Also must cover lewd hands. As soon as I finish cutting this stuff, I'll cover my lewd hands, alright? That sounded bad. Staring into the abyss. But it's less about staring, more about understanding the abyss. And the abyss understands you. This stupid Sharpie is really on its last breath. The more you understand, the less it makes sense. Just like quantum physics. So how will we sort this out before? Quantum personality, you can either know who I am or what I want. Never both. Nathan's uncertainly principle. So, what if I arrange this? Last time I did have one. It's kind of like the Shell logo. Yeah, a little bit. Makes I want someone to know me so explicitly they can not only predict my nonsense but guide it without me any the wiser. Yet I get defensive when anyone predicts my nonsense. Alright. So it's very important to actually grab this very well when twisting, because I don't want this thing to damage things. However, I think we will have to go the same route as before. If I do this, I'm gonna lose a torsion movement in the upper part where it's very important. Okay. So let's do it then as we did before, which is very annoying. 94cc, 50cc Rainbow Road, clean afternoon. Just win a race. What? Nintendo 64 Rainbow Road, clean and afternoon. Just win a race. Was it that long back then? Don't remember how much time it took to clear Rainbow Road. I did play it, but I was too young back then. I don't retain those memories very well. Damn it. Strand number 1. Oh, god damn it. It's not even the right one. Fuck. Not for Snap Cube's monologue getting shirt print. What the hell does that even mean? Talking about nothing in particular, just one sentence, meltdown, no central plot. Testing the spam of intro Twitch. Well, I mean, I think it is active, but I don't know. I think the... I mean, my patience is plenty, honestly. But... yeah, I don't know if my own creativity trying to just keep going. Sure, why not? I mean, I'm just twirling wires here, so that brings you joy. Not sure. I feel like I could do this on a smaller scale. Don't hit enter before. I need to find a way to make this easier. Did you already get banned for spamming, or? What can I do to unravel this thing? Or everybody go your way, or someone else to bail you out. House cleaning. It's not remembering why I wanted to change the way this thing was assembled. Things I don't know what to do with this one. Let's try something. Textual, after all, ASMR is done like right at the ears. Oh, no, what's going on? Say human tastes like pork. That's what I've seen. What is what I've heard. Oh, this thing's so annoying. This wire stuff. It's really killing me. Come to a conclusion that no matter which route you take and listening to music on YouTube, you'll always end up in Persona for some weird reason. See it coming, you'll see. Da, 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 da. Freudian slip. Use my actual voice to speak so I don't make any more tables instead of voice cover sharing and in-depth explanation. Only make the understanding worse. What did I miss? These moments when he is too busted to read chat. It's fair in the weirdest conversation to jump in the middle. It's always funny catching your typos. Here we go, off the rails. Don't you know it's time to raise our sails? It's freedom like you never knew. Bags or pass. The words, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off to you. Swim all the way to the moon from this great wide wacky world. How does this keep happening? The assembly of this thing's what's pain in the butt. And I feel like the assembly kind of damages the hair way too much. I would rather see. I'd love to find an easier way to assemble these. Because yeah, look at this. Whenever I'm trying to twist the wires, instead of twisting, somehow something on the inside twists, and then the tip of the strand ends up twisting in a weird way. And yeah, I feel like that's gonna damage very much the inside of the strand, and probably it's gonna break much easier than before. But I don't know what to do then. What a scene, yes, scene. What a scene, yes, scene. And this is the most annoying thing. Also. Whale, chance. Great journey starts a new romance. It's calling out to you. Of the path, new addition to the cast. You know that any captain needs a crew. There's no from point of view. Jump with me, grab coins with me. Oh yeah. I'll be there. Show them joy. Don't break, just don't forget that. Come on, straighten up your cap. Let your toes begin to tap. Freedom is a power shoe. Don't shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-up girl. All you boys and girls from all Iti Nitiku. Oh god. Iti Nikitron. Welcome. Hi. First time chatter. Hi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Didn't have this not uploading. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So I'm not sure if you already know what we do here, but I'm a stop motion animator and I make puppets. So currently I'm working on Neuro-Sama, making a Neuro-Sama puppet from scratch, and yeah, like we've worked on this for a while, and we have made a lot of progress, but there's still a little more stuff to work on. Nice selection today. You know the nonsense about. Yeah, don't be freaked out by unusual chats. But yeah, here I make puppets. I made an evil Neuro animation a long time ago, which you can go and see. And yeah, I'm currently working in the sequel while making this Neuro animation. And yeah, it's very fun. It's kind of slow. It takes a lot of time, and I spend a lot of time working on this. But yeah, it's coming along. It's been a long way, and we've made a lot of progress. But yeah, happy to see you, and you're always welcome here to chat and have fun. And yeah, if you ever wanted to make something related to animation, something like that, we can always. I'm always happy to give some advice and stuff if that's what you need. Cindy animation is so good. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I worked very hard on that one, and I'm very happy that a lot of people have seen it and liked it and enjoyed what I've worked on. And yeah, I just plan on making more and more. It's quite slow, but yeah, it's coming along. And yeah, who knows? I would like to make more in the future. Not only Neuro, maybe someone else, but it's all a matter of right now. Pretty much what I'm doing is figuring out how am I going to do this for the internet, how to make it either sustainable or replicable, so that making one thing is not like too much work, or find a way to, make stuff either quicker or cheaper, faster, all that stuff. And yeah, that's what I've been spending most of my efforts lately on while making Neuro-Sama. So right now Neuro is on the works. So right now I'm working on her hair. This piece here is going to be her hair. Although I'm struggling a lot to keep this in place. Nope, this is not it. Oh, it's all tearing into pieces. Wow. What the hell? Shouldn't this be... Oh boy. Get on, get on. Get you. Get out of the bin. Get on. Na, 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 na. 24 days to animate. So here's the thing, I've already talked about this, but maybe you weren't around. So I want to see if we can animate something for her birthday, yes. But honestly, I don't think we're gonna be able to animate like a full-on extravaganza thing. We probably are gonna be animating a short clip or something, and we still need to, tweak it in post, add sound, correct color correction, all that stuff. It's a lot of stuff we need to work on before release, but I'll try my best to see if we can finish the video or well, anything for Neuro's birthday. If not, we still got the subathon. I think I've got a couple of busy months ahead also. But, I'm always giving my best, and I'll keep doing that, so I don't know exactly, and I cannot fully promise you like how many seconds of animation we'll have by the end of the year or whatever, but I want to keep doing this no matter what and see where it brings me. Even if doing this stuff with the wires is extremely annoying. I don't know how Dibitaba pulls this off so quickly. By the way, I've seen you streaming either yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we played a little bit of Abandoned Archive. How was it? Yeah, it's fun. I liked it a lot. I feel like I'm not very experienced in that type of game, so I did kind of struggle a bit. I didn't make it very far, I believe. But I did enjoy the experience, had fun. We played for a while yesterday, what, about 3 hours or so? And yeah, had a lot of fun. Yeah, it's... Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know if the game is hard or I'm just bad at it a bit, but I did never make it past the second level. We made it to the second boss fight twice. That's all we made it. Make it to the second floor. Yeah, we made it to the second floor, but we didn't make it beyond that. Funny timing of the answer. Did you play it? Have you got it? Got the game yet? Okay. I'm not sure. Like, if you put, what I would like to see is understand like other people's strategies and what works for them, because I feel like I'm not doing great. I've been thinking that maybe I should try and invest a little bit in things that are good but give me a slower cooldown, because something I don't use too much in the game is the second stance. Like, I'm always using I stick to one stance, and the other one's like in case of emergency or just like a little extra buff, something like that, but I go mostly with one main stance and play with that. Like, I'm not used to switching between my spells, and I feel like that could be part of the problem. Like, I should maybe invest into stronger spells with higher cooldowns, and that way I can calmly switch between all 4 spells. Only 8. Oh, okay, you didn't play that much. I did play for a while. I got very tired, honestly, after playing for a while. But up until now, I think one of my favorite attacks is the light beam. We call it the Neuro-Sama beam. And ults are very special. Like, I'm trying to figure out what ult works best for me. But the problem is that most ults don't seem to do anything on boss fights, and that's very irritating. I think the only one that's worked really well for me for boss fights is the Thunder Fist. I also want to see if we can try to make a build. So there's a very cool upgrade for the Wind ult. The Wind ult has an upgrade that you can get from level 1. That it's, I don't know if 5-spell meta is viable. You get much knowledge per floor, and the upgrade costs scale exponentially. Well, I think that's why it's better to expand your possibilities, right? So the thing is, if you have a lot of high-level spells, I feel like it's cheaper to have 4 level 3 spells or 5 level 3 spells rather than having 2 level 5 spells, 3 level 5 spells, right? And if you make the spells, so if you take all I think that's a way to take advantage of the game itself, that, well, there's a lot of upgrades that reduce cooldown, but they give you a good upgrade. You can stagger their cooldowns. Yeah, exactly. You can like try to switch between one and others to take best advantage of the cooldowns. That's something I think might work that I haven't experimented with. I'm not gonna say I love it, because yeah, that doesn't really fit my play style. But hey, maybe could be the key to actually making some progress, making it past level 2. I don't know. Yeah, the Nurgle beam was pretty good. What else seemed to be very good? Well, the harpoon seemed to have potential, it's just that it's kind of slow. There's a couple. Oh, the time stop spell felt completely useless to me. Well, it's not useless, but the thing is, honestly, I barely use ults outside of the boss arenas because I feel like all the other enemies are fairly easy to fight against. So I try to save all my resources for the boss fights, which are the toughest ones. And yeah, like it's always a breeze outside, and then most of the ults just don't do anything to the bosses, and it's very annoying. My build got me to floor was a Psychic Punch spell, and Air Punch spell, which the Air spell special. Remember the names of the spells. Psychic Punch. Psychic Punch, you mean the pink one? No. The pink one is a crystal thing. I only seen one crystal spell. Oh, Psychic Punch. Yeah, like Gravity Punch. The Gravity Push thing. Yeah, I like that one. That one's cool. It's only that it's sometimes kind of slow. I feel you cannot spam it that much, and because it's a single target, sometimes it's not great. And the Air Blade. The Air Blade I found really good, especially because you can upgrade it so that it lowers your cooldowns. So yeah, if you get a good ult, you can spam that and try to improve your cooldown. This work is horrible. One more and we'll be done for the first layer. I have a skill issue with abandon. I barely use the dash. Oh, I also forget about the dash. Like, I feel like I only use it when there's like this unavoidable attacks. But if you ever get the pillow item, it's very useful because you can dash twice. So when you have that, you can start dashing all around the screen, and it's very, very satisfying. And yeah, it's faster to move around. Yeah, the book, right? There's like a little fairy booklet. No, it's, I don't remember the name. It's like a diary or something like that, but yeah, it gives you an extra heart. And then, oh, also my best run got ruined because I accidentally grabbed one of the items that gives you double damage if you get hit. So yeah, all of a sudden I was vulnerable to everything in my best run, and yeah, 2 hits later I was done by the boss. The heart relic, found it yesterday twice. I also found it a couple of times. Also, I'm not sure if there are more relics or something, because I feel like after some time you would probably be swarmed in all of the different relics. Okay, I mean, we only made it to floor 3, but what else will you get after? Well, no, we only made it to floor number 2. What else are you gonna get in floors 3, 4, 5, and 6 if you already have all the relics by the time you make it there? Well, I guess knowledge. You can always make more knowledge. Zivlach hello, hi, how you doing? We're talking about abandoned archive builds. Do you have a favorite build of yours? Have you played it yet? How does this happen? Watching the VOD now. Or I was watching the VOD. What were you talking about? No tomfoolery. Oh yeah, we're talking about the our builds for Abandoned Archive. What builds have you found the most useful? Try different spells. I don't feel like I've used them enough to know how good they are. I think the trick is in the upgrades, because there are sometimes spells that look very trash, and when you see the upgrades, you'll find like an upgrade that has a lot of potential. Like the Wind ult has a possibility of giving you a second ult, or you can recast it if you kill someone with it, which could be useful. The problem is I use ults mostly for bosses, so I'm not sure if that's helpful since bosses are usually just one. So the thing I believe I need the most is to find like the best ult for me, because up until now I feel like all the ults haven't been very helpful on boss fights, especially the ones that stun. They don't really stun, so it's a big problem. I think I got one strand, or one, how do I call this thing? Yeah, like one braid finished. Let's try the different spell. That's what you mean with try, yeah. Like, you know, it actually seems pretty strong damage-wise. I think Lightning Ults has been my favorite one, especially because it auto-locks into your target. So you're not gonna miss that one. And yeah, I remember it doing a decent amount of damage. Like, I don't think I upgraded it too much. I like the gravity one, but I feel like that's just for the visuals, but I don't think mechanically it's giving me anything useful. What other one? So the plant one and the water one, both of them felt kind of useless against bosses, because they can still move even if you have them unlocked, which is weird. Same deal with Time Stop. Well, Time Stop will slow down the bosses but will not freeze them, so it's not really worth that much, I believe, yet. Which other spell are there? The fist ones. So I find very intriguing the use of the crystal spells because they inflict bleed and the roll also can inflict damage. So I think that one's got potential, but at the same time when I tried to use it, it was a big mess and it didn't seem worth the effort because at the same time you cannot point with that attack. Like it's more RNG wherever the shards go. So I didn't love those. What other attack? Well, I love the Neuro Beam. Just because it feels so powerful, even though it might not be that great, but it's a long time casting and it does a lot of damage. Crystal ball. Oh yeah, the upgrade that makes you throw the ball for... I don't know, because even if you throw... I'm not sure if the ball does any damage. I think that what does damage is the shards. But I'm not sure. Then what other spell is there? Spell that shoots out a pink ball out of the explosive shards. Yeah. I don't know what the name it is, but it's like a crystal orb, crystal balls. The ball explodes into shard if it hits an enemy. Oh, okay. Maybe that could be useful. That way you can deal a lot of damage with a single... Oh, yeah, with all the shards hitting the same guy. Oh, now that I think about it, the water element is the other one that only has one spell, right? Because water only had the harpoon. Because gravity's got the gravity push and the gravity push AoE, or well, I don't know what the name of it is. And then the ult. Then crystal, I only remember the crystal ball, the crystal fists, which is the ult. And yeah, water only has the bubble ult and the bubble ult and the harpoon, right? So maybe both of them only have one spell, which is weird. All of the other ones have two. Yeah, I haven't seen any other water spell either, and I haven't seen another crystal spell either. Only seen the crystal ball and yeah, the ult. Shouldn't there be a full kit for all of them? light did have two, right? There's the light beam, the light ult, and I think there was another one. I just don't remember what it was. Or maybe I'm confusing it with lightning. Lightning's got the single lightning bolt and the slow one that throws, that electrocutes everyone else, right? Also, earth or plant has only one spell too, right? The little seedlets that go. Need to go now. All right, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Nikitron. See you around, and hopefully we'll find more builds for Abandoned Archive. Feels so good when I get to cut the wires finally, and they stop being annoying and going everywhere. This thing feels kinda weak, if you ask me. But okay. Oh no, this one's very, very copyrighted. I love this song, but I'm not gonna... Nope. So cool. Sebelah bawon. Heart. Neuro-Sama. Friend. Adido. Ah, almost done. Oh yeah, we're almost done. Adi Sunamani. This song is like a generic boss music. I hear it and I remember, or I think of the Moor Wing, but I think it's not special. Can't remember. Morwing and Moss Mother? I don't know. I just checked the video and it says that the song is just called Strife. So yeah, might be a generic one. I'm not sure if all the songs have names on themselves or they're just called like Morwing, Clockwork, Dancers, and all that stuff, like the name of the boss, or if each of them have their own personal name. Okay, so just as before, let's do first a layer of a thin layer of silicone on the very top. That's gonna be our okay. Might cut some edges here, some corners. So I'm just cutting the corners of each strand so they don't crash into each other. Sometimes when I'm trying to sit them up, it feels like they're not fitting well because they crash gently. Yeah, maybe this will help it. Either way, it's going to be filled with silicone, so it's going to be recovered. Yeah, I'd rather have this cleaned up, and that way it will fit a little bit better. Okay. Boom. Okay, so let's prepare 1 gram or something of this and cast that just for a layer, healthy layer of material, and then we can move on and cast the rest. Where did I put the tiny cup? Tiny cup, tiny cup, tiny cup. There it is. So yeah, right now I'm gonna cast this guy. One gram of silicone. Don't know what this song is. Fifth chorus? Fourth chorus? Or the Bell Beast, maybe? I'm guessing we're going in kind of order since we started Bone Bottom. So yeah, what is this? Bell Beast, I think that's the next boss, right? I don't remember how much. Ah, you were also thinking? You're also trying to figure out what this music was from? Pretty sure it's Belbest. Like, I only figure it out because of context. I honestly don't remember what the battle sounded like. I don't remember the bells. Bang, 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 bang. Ada. This is... I don't remember what this is. Bellheart? All the way to Bellheart? I was counting right, but then I hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Yay! The bench theme. The bench has music? It does sound chill, and it kind of relaxes my nerves. It's making me feel like I finished or I just got taken out from a boss battle or something. But I didn't know there was like a bench theme. Let me check real quick. Deep dogs, repose. Oh yeah, so it is bench theme. This one I'm not quite sure. Oh, it said Deep Ducks. I read it, but I don't remember it. In the meantime, let's open the other one for our very last Neuro-Sama. Okay. So we need to wait for this to finish. Oh, we can start working a piece for this guy. I don't remember how the first one was set up though. Hello, John Smith. Oh, this is Lace? I also don't remember that. I spent some little time in that boss fight. I think I tried it twice. But I'm guessing there's gonna be a second boss fight where she'll kick my butt. Lace. What's up, John Smith? We're about to cast the Neuro Hair, hopefully. But I need to wait for this to react. Yeah, don't worry, John Smith. So tomorrow we're probably gonna have 2 different streams if everything goes right. So we're gonna have one stream that's gonna be 3D, where I'm gonna see if I can modify the mold for the back of the hair and leave that printing, and after that we'll have another stream of workshop stuff. Also, today I just made 2 short vids. Sora and I made 2 Neuro-related vids. And how did Sora work with Neuro? I'm not sure how well Sora manages characters, because that's always something I've felt like AI visuals struggle with a lot. Sort of gross. The irony. Unacceptable AI art of my art girl. It's just my only 2 vids though. But yeah, how was the outcome? Do you think the Sora AI managed to do it? Aception. Do you think Sora AI managed to do it well, or it didn't work as good as you envisioned? I'm all covered in little bits of silicone and I hate it. Look at my arm. Can you see those spots of silicone everywhere? Little pieces of white. Ugh, I hate it so much. VTuber arm, stop it. Far fields. What's the difference between the deep ducks and the far fields? Like, to me, they're the same thing. Missile shield. My 4th least favorite region. So what's the first one? Brine water, I'm guessing? Everyone hates brine water. Or is it brine water or Sinner's Road? I don't know. They are also kind of the same to me because I don't know them. Just tell me where on the list are those. Bile water. This is the 5th chorus or 4th chorus, right? I've seen a lot of people complain that this boss fight takes too long, and I don't remember it taking too much, honestly. Fourth chorus, yes. He's pretty tanky. I mean, he is, but he's kind of clunky. And yeah, like, he's very easy to avoid his attacks. I don't consider it that tanky. But I don't know, maybe when I make it to the Pantheons, I'll realize how tanky he is. There's no Pantheons right now, right? Because that's until they make the DLCs and whatever. Okay, good to know. So you've seen me play for a while, Blue Cloud. How long do you think it will take me to finish Act 2 without unlocking Act 3? Because that's gonna be its own whole thing. But like as as I'm doing right now, already got the double jump. Did I miss or evil choco seaweed hair done? The choco seaweed is okay. We are gonna make a little tweak tomorrow to make the bottom layer. So this is the upper layer, the top layer, and then we'll have another one beneath this one that's gonna be like a curtain. And the original design was gonna be this one, but I think it's a little bit too thick and too, like, the shape's not great. So maybe, yeah, we were thinking of tomorrow doing a new one and using that one. And I just filled this with stupid silicone because my gloves are filled with silicone pieces. God, that's not it yet. No, of course not. Gigahertz, please. Yeah, this is just the first layer. So it's this, and then there's another layer of 10 beneath. Then we have the pigtails, and we have the ahegao. I was about to pull off a cottontail. I was so close to pulling off a cottontail. And the ahoge, and then and the front hair. We still need to work on the front hair too, though. I think we're gonna make the front hair with the fancy silicone. Although, because I redid this, the color did change a little bit. I might consider, yeah, like this doesn't match anymore. See? But I can fix that, hopefully. Well, that looks hair now. Yo, thank you very much. Yes, we made it. It took a while, a lot of work. There's still stuff to improve on the technique. We need to find a way to make it easier, but it's coming along. Slowly but surely. It's a very hard fight between you and the end of Act 2, so could be anywhere from 1 try to 60. I was here. Yeah, and you're also gonna be here for the casting of the next piece, which is gonna be Noodle. And we are gonna do that right about now. Are you ready for the Noodle? The moment you've all been waiting for. Where's my cup? Cheeky breaky. Wait, still too early. I haven't even mixed the silicone yet. I need to find my cup. But yeah, we'll get to the cheeky breaky very soon. Not you. This table is an absolute disaster. I'm glad you cannot see the rest of the table because, yeah, it's terrible. Where are you, little cup? So got this one. Now I find the 3 of the little ones, or the tiny ones, but I need the little one, not the tiny ones. Oh, here it is. My eyes don't work. Looks fine to me, clueless. And tell me, Cloud, have you finished Act 3 too? Or are you on Arc 3? Act 3? I mean, to me it sounds like you already finished Act 2. At least the bat. You finished all of them? You finished Act 3, or are you currently playing Act 3? Everything except Steel Soul. Alright. And are you planning to actually make it play Steel Soul? Maybe one day. So right now I really want to... I saw there's an item, and I think I can already buy it with the Architect, that allows you to deal damage with the hover. And I've seen that that's something they use a lot to make like sick combos. So I really want to learn how to use that. It looks like it's gonna be very hard. Sawtooth Circle, yes, that one. I want to learn how to use that one. I'm not sure if I'm tripping and I'm not really gonna be able to use it, but I really want to give it a shot because I've seen like the crazy combos, and that's the way I want to play the game. Full on. I see it and I think that she attacked. It looks just like playing Bridget and Guilty Gear, and yeah, it sounds great to me. Very fun. Okay, all right, Cheeky Breaky, everyone, we are going in. Go for it. It is good. I need to get a couple rosaries, but yeah, I want it. I don't remember how much it costs. I don't know this music. This one doesn't sound familiar at all. This is Widow, right? I don't remember the noise you made. Something like that. Where's my clamp? There's a little bit of material coming out. I don't trust that there's a little bit of a gap here, but I think it's okay. Might be a little wire, stray wire, but we can work with that. So now we clean all of the edges because we don't want any excess here. Any excess here will deform the shape, and we don't want that. So yeah, this is a very particular casting where we need to be very clean and clean all around the mold very, very well. Now this is Bellheart. Honestly, I don't love the process of these molds. Like, I feel like I would love to have something else to solve this, but right now it's the best approach I've seen. What we need, let's see if we can think of something better for future puppets. How do we make hair that's this big and this long? Like, I cannot make a mold this size on the printer. That's the thing. I could make it out of plaster, but it would take a lot of material, it would be very big, it would be very brittle. So I don't love that idea either, but it is possible. Yeah, I just don't know. Cheeky Ricky, copy paste from PC, iPhone via Discord added. Because I have access to this emote on Discord from Neurocore. There's a Cheeky Ricky emote. Those emotes. What's this? This sounds familiar. Minor visages of our goddess. She is on her way. Sister Splinter. Oh, why is Sister Splinter theme after Widows? Look, you cannot make it to... Well, I know there's a skip that speedrunners use, but usually you need to go through Sister Splinter before you make it to Widow, right? Or did I take the long route? Guess it's not in order. I just hope we don't get any big spoilers here. I wouldn't want to hear the themes of any of the other bosses or areas. This sounds familiar. Oh, this is... What was the name of the Shelwood? Yeah, I just feel... I hear this and I feel like an urge to find purple flowers. Oh no, this is Hunter's March. Oh yeah, then I feel the trauma of the pogo then. Shelwood is before, or... Well, I think I got to Hunter's March before. And I got wrecked. Yeah, now I remember. This freaking song. Remember the pogo. Big lesson in pogoing there. But I mean, it's very... well, now that I see it in retrospect, it's like, wow, Hunter's March was so forgiving. Now that I think of, I mean, the mountain was okay, but for example, the clockwork stuff felt a little bit more unforgiving. And we're gonna go into another platforming part that's gonna be absolute hell. I know it. But yeah, like, oh boy. So this is why I avoid using clamps. Well, no, it's fine. I thought there was a big crack in the mold, and I was freaking out. They nerf it? What did you... Oh, you're talking about the double damage? I know, like, it feels weird. Like, I understand the decision to nerf it and all that stuff, but at the same time, a little part of me wishes to play the game as it came out. The only badge of honor I can carry is that I beat the Moorwing before the nerf. And I really did struggle, but it was very satisfying when I managed to actually do it. But yeah, that's my little badge of honor that I actually killed the Moorwing before the nerf. But I think that's the only thing I managed to accomplish before the nerf. Didn't even make it to Widow. Or did I? I did make it to the blasted steps, and I remember figuring out that no, yeah, then I must have bidden. Vittle nerfed the magician. Really? The magician? What did he nerf? The laser beam? I never thought the magician was too tough. I don't know what he did. SMH. Now I'm gonna have to update the game. Well, so there it is. I'm gonna let this one rest all night. I'm not gonna open it this time because that's what got us last time. So I'm just gonna leave it like this, pray for the best, trust the Cheeky Breeky, and yeah, that's gonna be it. Because I don't wanna risk it right now. We've worked way too hard for this. Seaweed caramel, please. Yes. Let's hope for the best for caramel seaweed. So I want to leave this hanging here at the edge of the table so that there's no bending in the seaweeds and all that stuff. A little clamp. I'm grabbing the clamp with another clamp so it stays in place. And I'll leave it there. So it's kind of early, but I think well, we could cut the other 3 hair strands that we already made, and maybe we could leave it at that, and tomorrow we can get it straight into 3D to make the new mold. And yeah, work from there. This is slightly nerfed. Okay, interesting. Wait, what's going on? The music? Oh, is this Vile Water or Sinner's Road? Vile Water. Oh no. Okay, so I'm gonna be showing my pale streamer hands again. Just so I can cut this stuff. Yogurt tubes that what the hell? Oh yeah, these things? A little bit. Real voice debut when? What? What do you mean? This is my real voice. This is AI Tony voice. Tony. If this isn't my voice, what would you expect my voice to be? Shriveled old man voice? Hello, fellow kids. Today we're gonna make some hair strands. God damn it. Stupid UPS thing is beeping like crazy. And I know there's still power because my lamps are still on. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know if I'll sound like. I don't even know how that guy sounds like. It's like very thick. I feel like all the voices that I can think of Arnold Schwarzenegger are very bad interpretation, not really the actual voice. Okay. Yeah, we're done. This thing is still drying. We're gonna leave it overnight. Not gonna touch it. We have all the hair strands for Nero. We still need to make the... Well, tomorrow we'll see if we can make the piece for Evil's head. We've got both. I don't recognize the song. It's called Red Maiden. I don't know who the Red Maiden could be. I'm guessing the hot ant lady, maybe? That I've never seen. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry for leaving mid-conversation. Don't worry. Well, good stuff. Red Maiden is probably Hornet, huh? Well, when do you hear Hornet music? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Well, let's hope for the best for the hairs. Like, I feel like these hairs work really well. Just don't like the process of making the braiding of all the pieces up top. Like, it feels wrong. It feels like I'm doing something very, very bad. But my Sora AI bit. Yes? Yeah, I'm intrigued. Like, I'm always up to learn how AI video and AI image thing is going, because I think it's kind of important. I'm not interested in working with it, honestly, but I think it's important to know how far their limits are. Oh, you can actually share them. Oh, interesting. And I don't need an account to see them. It asks me for an account, and I don't want to make an account. Log in to create and explore, but I don't want them to have my information. No, I can't see it unless I give them all my personal information and stuff. So yeah. So if this works, our next steps would be to make the new pieces. We don't have resin to fill the mold, but we'll post them individually if you can see them. Sure. Post them individually. Yeah, well, sure, why not? I meant on Twitch. Sure. So if I go to your Twitch channel, or you're just gonna share it? I just don't know exactly what the methodology is. Hold on. All right. So other than that, so tomorrow we will make try to make the rest of the hair. I need to see if I can make it so that the magnet can fit. We should measure the magnet once more. Da-da-da-da-dum. 264. Okay. 3 millimeters for good measure. So it's barely the size that I need, but okay, we can. Let's see if I can sort this out tomorrow. We can see if we can work. You know what? We could try and work on this color a little bit. Still not great. So still got a lot of red in it. And how do we take care of that red? With some shadow. There we go. All right, give me a second. Finish mixing this and we'll be right there. Okay, this is much better, but I think we still need a little bit more. Coral chambers. Everyone is crashing, lol. Crashing out? What are you talking about? Alright, first one. I'll have a look. Same thing. Oh no, I can actually see it. Does it have audio or is it just video? Make a video of Neuro-Sama, the AI VTuber. Okay, so that's your prompt. Interesting. I mean, definitely not close. I thought it would be fairly like on model since there's a lot of images of Neuro out there. But yeah, it's quite off model. It still wants me to. I did bypass it somehow. You can just click like that you don't want to, and in my case I could bypass it. Make a video. Neuro-Sama with her sister Evil making a Thanksgiving cupcakes with that beetle. Beetle looks so sad in this video. Oh my god. Beetle looks malnourished. It's a very weird interpretation of Beetle. So yeah, you can see how the animation has a lot of trouble interacting with physical objects, like the how do you call that thing? The floppy cake batter thingy. It's really struggling to keep it in place. It's very, very weird. Now the thing that's very interesting about this to me, I mean, maybe I can open it on stream and we can talk about it. So this one is anime style. Yeah, it makes sense. But the battle looks kind of depressing there. It looks so uncanny. Yes, it is. Yeah, Evil looks like Numi. She does look like Numi. So the thing is, I think the interface doesn't have a good understanding of these characters in particular. Like Neuro, I mean, you could sort of say that it looks like Neuro, but it doesn't really look like her. And yeah, like Evil just looks like Numi, and you're right, she's even taller. And Battle just looks sad, man. This guy looks poor, man. Like look at that poor face. He's been through a lot of stuff. The divorce has not been great on this guy. And yeah, the object interaction here, you can see how wacky it is. It's like not. So I'm always intrigued when I see these videos because I want to see what, yeah, like what it is up to, or how stuff is working. And it's very weird because this feels like it doesn't feel like AI generated imagery. It feels like AI generated like 3D models and then into puppetry in a weird way. Like it looks very much like a 3D model that is moving, which is very unusual and very uncanny. I just wonder what the deal is or how this is being processed, because yeah, it looks like the base is more of a 3D model or like a live 2D like pieces. Also, I don't know what the camera is doing. The camera moves all around. And here, like, she moves down and she throws in the batter or something just out of the top. Even the sequences of actions is very hard to follow. Yeah, like this doesn't even look like a cupcake. It looks like a cup. Oh, it's a cupcake because the AI thought you wanted a cup and then a cake inside of the cup, right? Look at that face. So weird. Very uncanny. And it's very interesting how it behaves and the limitations. And I'm wondering if it will find some way to bypass and make something a little bit more interesting in the future. But yeah, it's very weird. Oh, I didn't show it on screen. Ah, my weakness. The first one got nervous. Oh, so there is sound. I cannot hear it. I've been trying to hear it. I didn't know that part. Okay, let me see. I thought it had no sound. I was only looking at... Okay, I see it's muted. Okay, let me watch the first one then. Let's put it on screen this time around. Will this work? No. Don't know why. Da 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 dum dun da 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 dum da 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 da. I'm having so much trouble putting that. I don't know why it's not showing. Weird. Da 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 da. Okay, this one's working. No. Okay, now. There we go. So let's check out this one. I wonder how the voices did. I'm not sure what will it struggle more with, either voices or...
Wired. Evil not on my face? Frosting strike successful.
Relax, it's battle paint.
Now, perfect swirl and candy corn crown.
It's so cute!
Taste test time.
Sweet and...
Hey!
The voice of Belle. I cannot get over this guy. He looks so roughed up.
Target acquired.
Evil not on my face?
Frosting strike successful.
Relax, it's battle paint.
Now, perfect swirl and candy corn crown.
It's so cute!
Taste test time.
Sweet and...
Hey!
So yeah, the lip sync is a mess. Can you frame by frame here? No, of course not. Can you frame by frame? No, but it's very interesting. Like all the actions happen sort of at the same time. It's very hard to follow
Target acquired.
the beat of the actions, and I think that's
Evil not on my
something.
face?
I don't know what
Frosting
this guy's got in his hand. The voices are all over the place. Like it's nothing like Neuro or Evil or Vettel.
Strike successful.
Really?
So yeah, the little thing sleeve is backwards for some reason when she puts it here. So I'm just having fun analyzing like how AI behaves and makes stuff. It's nothing against you. I hope you don't take it personally at all, Jonathan. Just find it interesting. Like I don't have access to these sort of platforms, and I'm not interested in buying them. But it's quite intriguing to see them and to see how the computer is solving problems and making the requests and what does it consider needs to be done. It's very interesting. VDI info about them, but I think that's, well, I mean, shouldn't the AI take care of that by itself? It's a very productive use of resources, guys. Now I got explaining stuff. The Roosevelt is too cheerful. But look at him, he looks so depressing.
Relax, it's battle
Like his looks compensate for the...
paint.
Now, perfect swirl and candy
Yeah, this is the cupcake I was telling you. It looks like a cake inside of a cup.
corn crown.
So cute!
Taste test time.
Yeah, it's all over the place. It's very intriguing. Just find it intriguing how this stuff works and how it behaves and all that stuff. And let's watch the other one that's was sent here. Hiring BTS something sinister. Yeah, it does look like they had a gun against their head. Huh. And now the first one. I'm intrigued on the first one on what you said about the voice. If the voice did work, because I didn't know they had sound.
We are back online and ready to win some games. Dodge and strike. Got it. Boss health 0. Easy.
Yeah, like this is nothing like Neuro. Everything here is a mess, but the voice is kinda okay. It's kinda too high pitched
You all carried me with your energy. Thank
and a little
you.
bit fast.
That's all for... Hi chat. We are back online and ready to win some games. Dodge and strike. Got it. Boss health 0. Easy. You all carried me with your energy. Thank you. That's all for...
But yeah, the voice kinda nailed it. Not quite, but close. Generic anime girl face. Yeah, like the design is all over the place. It's just like a template thing. No, it doesn't sound exactly like her. It sounds similar, but it's not quite Neuro-Sama. Like if I heard that without any visuals, I would think something's wrong. Like someone tell Beetle there's a problem with her AI. Because yeah, it does sound slightly off. But yeah, it's interesting. I find it fascinating. I think it's sounds like Neuro but with helium. Maybe Helium. Also, well, I mean, the dialogue itself is 70% accurate. I might indulge in. Yeah, well, the timing, the thing is the script itself, because the script didn't have any sort of solid base. I feel like it made everything up from scratch. So all the dialogues and everything there, it feels weird. It feels... So what I see is, oddly enough, well, I guess it's more kind of obviously enough. It does feel like if you prompted ChatGPT, all right, give me a dialogue for a 10-second clip of an AI streamer named Neuro-Sama, and it spit out that dialogue. And then that dialogue, hey, make this in the voice of Neuro-Sama. Because whatever they are saying, like, it doesn't convey any particular meaning. It sounds very generic. It sounds like one of those ads where any paid for streamer will just go like, oh my god, this Black Friday I'm gonna get the Switch 2 only on this store because they have the best discounts. Are you ready, chat? We're gonna win this game. This is gonna be amazing. Make characters say stuff they would never say. and it gives me a feeling like it's void of any with AI voices. Now it's interesting that the voices are so capable. Like, well, I don't know. I wonder how their range is, or if it's like if it can make any voice, or if it's because AI voices usually need to be fed, right? What she's saying, it's how she's saying it. Yeah. What she's saying sounds also, or how she, well, it sounds dry, even dry for Neuro. Neuro tends to speak in a very dry tone, but this is like even drier or even more soulless somehow. There's like a storyboard mode where you could write the script for a bit. That is interesting, but yeah, I feel like, well, what I've seen is that it struggles a lot with the, well, animation in general is very hard for the computer. So this one that you saw, that you shared with us, is very interesting because it's mostly kinda like what have I walked into? Hi Delphine. I don't know, John's wanted to share some Sora videos that he made, and I'm looking at them. I'm always intrigued with these videos because I think it's important to see what AI video generation is up to, because if you like get off the loop, you might get fooled more easily in the future. And yeah, I was very intrigued with this. And that's not what she's saying, how she's saying. Let's play that again. Can we play that again? Did I close it? What are we looking at even? Oh, you're looking at my Twitch. Of course, let's stuck myself.
And ready to win some games.
I'm ready to win some games. Yeah, the game sounds weird, right? Why is the A longer? Game. No, the E is longer. Games.
Dodge and strike. Got it. Boss health 0.
Dodge and strike. Got it.
Easy. You all carried me with your energy. Thank you. That's all for... Hi, chat. We are back.
Also, something very interesting is that it somehow gets clumsy with the mouth shapes. Like, I know it's a very basic model and just open and close mouths, but at some point she stops speaking and the mouth no, it's the other way around. She keeps speaking and the mouth stops moving. But also, it's very interesting because it does feel like it's a budged up video. And that is very intriguing. Like, look at this. This looks like a PNG on top of another video. And that is very interesting because it means the AI is starting to, you know, like divide elements into layers and not to make one single everything.
Ready to win some...
I mean, it looks like a very wonky microphone, but the intriguing part is how it looks and how it's kind of masked. You can even see kind of a little bit of an outline here. It looks like a PNG on top of the image, and that's very intriguing because it gives away a little bit of how is the software doing this stuff. Because it's usually, well, whenever I think of AI generated imagery, I think of everything's processed at once. Like whenever you ask for a frame or an image, it's all at once, and it's not there's no layers, there's no separation between parts. It's just all of this is a single image. It's like making a painting. And here I can actually feel like there's a tangible difference between layers with the chat back here, the title over here with Neuro-Sama, and the microphone.
And strike. Got it. Boss health 0. Easy. You all carried me with your energy. Thank you. That's all.
You all carried me with your energy. Thank you.
Hi, chat. We are back online and ready to win some games. Dodge and strike. Got it. Boss health 0. Easy. You all carried me with your energy. Thank you. That's all for... Hi, chat.
Yeah, at the end, she says, that's all for today, but her mouth stays closed. And the other one also has some very weird stuff. So what I feel like the computer is doing, I've got no proof nor anything, but it seems like it's a bunch of layers of stuff. So first it makes the character as a 3D character, moving in space and doing stuff.
Online and ready to win some...
And with some other 3D assets on top. Like, yeah, the computer, the chair, all of this feels 3D. It doesn't feel like
Games.
drawing. And then somehow
Dodge.
I feel like it maybe draws on top of them. Like it makes a void video of the body, and then on top of
And
it,
strike.
they draw. I'm not sure if they draw the whole hair and stuff or only the mouth shapes, but the mouth shapes feel like they're very separate piece of how this has been implemented. It's very interesting. Oh, you could make it if you want. I don't really want to, honestly. I feel like it's a rabbit hole I don't really want to engage with, but I'm really intrigued to see how it's to see how it behaves, how it works. You know, it's kind of interesting, and I think it's good to stay on your toes, seeing this and what's going on, and how stuff happens, all that stuff. But yeah, I don't really want, because first of all, you need to make an account, and I know they're gonna start spamming me every single day with, "Hey, would you like this Black Friday? You can get 100 tokens for $50, and you only have 30 seconds to pick the offer, and yeah, and buy Sora Premium Plus and get this and that." And it's just something every company does, you know. It's like, once they get your basic, very, very basic information, they'll start spamming you with stuff, or just using your mail for, I don't know, whatever stuff. But it is interesting either way. Like, I wouldn't go into this. I'd rather make puppets than this sort of content. But I always am intrigued seeing how it behaves and how it engages. And like the thing here is that you also made fairly simple prompts, right? Your prompts were like, make a video about Neuro-Sama, the AI VTuber, which is a very open to interpretation prompt. Like, could be anything. And I love seeing how the computer tries to fill in those gaps and make something coherent out of it, especially when they don't have the tools to make it coherent. Because if you had written, make Neuro say hello chat, and then this, and then that, and then that, like the AI would have a little bit more of a grasp of where to grab it from. Spotify, yeah. Gives you 330 image generator points every day, though. Yes, but you still need, I swear, I would still need to give them my email. And so yeah, and I'm kind of lazy. So this is good to see where developments are. Yes, I do like that, and I do have a friend who's very much into this kind of media generation and stuff, and asset creation and all that stuff. And yeah, like I like to, whenever he shows me what he's working on, I find it interesting to see like where the limitations are, what the struggles are, how stuff is going. But yeah, like I never dipped myself fully into make your fan fictions. Lol. Are you gonna make fan fictions of me? Like, if you ask for me to be in an animation in Sora, it would probably not know at all what to do. Like, it probably wouldn't even find the picture that I use, because I'm such a small individual in the interwebs that if you put Mariano's workshop or Mariano or something like that doing something, it will just crash. It's like, what the fuck is a Mariano? But that's funny. All right, let me check out. Let's go back here a little bit. So I think it still needs a little bit more brown here. Making a mess. I hope this is enough material, though. I'm a little bit afraid to see the that the silicone might not be holding. I don't know if the silicone behaves differently to the other one, but it seems like it's not holding very well the pigment. Like, if I leave it standing for a bit, it feels like it's separating or something. But yeah, we still need to achieve the same color that we're gonna use for the front bangs. Oh god, we might also need to redo the other ones, now that I think about it, yeah, they're very, well, it could work, but yeah, they are a little bit brighter. So maybe we need to make more of these two, comparing. Can you see the difference? Yes, it's definitely another color. And I do like the new one better. But yeah. It's good that you explain my theory about how those images were made. I like to think about that because it's interesting to see how it breaks the problem down. Because when I'm guessing that it has different approaches, but yeah, like when it made every single image from scratch, I feel like it struggled a lot in the past with, okay, if it's gonna be an image and I need to make every single image, that's when you have those videos that morphed a lot in the past, right? When you go to the first AI video stuff, it was very common that they would morph a lot. They would feel like kind of like an oil painting, but bad. And maybe in order to avoid that little ditch where they were falling into every time, they ended up making it into like different passes of processing. So first I'm going to have the general concept, then I'm going to do a pass of that same general concept, but this time maybe I'll put a little bit of I have the general concept, but I'll make a 3D pass where I take all the 3D elements and use them as a base, and then on top of those 3D elements there might be a couple of elements that I missed, like the eyes, the face, the mouth shapes, and I'll draw on top of those. And yeah, like make a whole process out of it. Yeah, so this feels much more like the color we're going for. I trust abuelo. Thank you, Ranson. Since I'm talking about fanfics, there should be more Neuro-Sama stories on DeviantArt. I'm not sure of DeviantArt, but aren't there a lot of stories in AO3 or something like that? And why do you need more fanfics when there's already Vettel's Secret? What else do you need? There's the ultimate fanfic piece. You don't need anything else. A-Cube gets it. Oh, it was supposed to be evil calling you abuelo. Aww. Oh, my heart. Trust you, abuelo. Thanks. Evil. I'll do my best. Okay. So yeah, we got this set. So I think today we could leave it at this. I still got to deal with, well, I don't have a lot of stuff to work on, but well, right now I feel like the next step would be working on the computer, and I'd rather do that tomorrow so I don't have to like end stream and make a new stream just for the lulz. But yeah, I think we could start wrapping. I was actually already preparing to start closing shop, and then we got the bombshell of the AI videos, and it's like a whole topic, and yeah, I do like to talk about it and like explore the ideas a little bit, but yeah, I think we should wrap up either way. Like those weight gain fanfics and those shipping fanfics, I don't know, maybe we don't, we're fine with, well, no, yeah, I don't know if we need more, but There probably will be either way, but hey, battle secret. Think about it. That's the ultimate shipping fanfic right there. Nothing to top it up. The holy grail of shipping. But yeah, so I think what's battle secret? Oh, my child. It's not a secret anymore, apparently. It is the most wonderful piece of media. Okay, I'm making this joke way too long. It's a game they made for the game jam, I believe, but it was very romantic. A very romantic story involving battle and a certain secret. 07 Neuro-Sama. What was it, Neuro-Sama who made it, or why do you say 07 Neuro-Sama? Neuro-Sama's a clipper, right? Like Neurochrums and Stas. But who was it that played? I did see a video of someone playing Battle Secret. I don't remember. Minnie? Camilla? I think it was Camilla. I don't know. Or maybe Coco. Yeah, he did. The only one with enough troll power to manifest it. Oh, beautiful. I think Alex might... Alex played... Wow. Coco definitely did. Yeah, Coco. Yeah, I remember. Vettel did play it for 2 seconds, and then, yeah, like, oh no, it crashed. Oh, wow, too bad. What a bad game. All right, next one. Very bad, everyone. So we're leaving anyway, John Smith. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up. So just as a recap, because I didn't see you around, I think, I'm not sure if you were around. No, yeah, you did say. So we already finished the hair for Neuro. Let's do a little immersion break. Well, not immersion break, but fourth wall breaking here. Whoa, the camera moves. There it is. So here's the, you cannot see it either, but it is the, so we already casted this piece. Just didn't want it to move too much because I don't want to open it, but yeah. So the upper part of Nuru's hair should be done by tomorrow. VTuber like, please stop. All right, you're getting locked back in. And now you'll never move again. And yeah, but other than that, like right now, all we need to do is wait for this. I'm gonna leave it because last time I feel like I did try to open it too early and that might have been a problem. So this time I want to leave it overnight. Don't touch it. And tomorrow what I want to do is maybe redesign this piece because it might be more worth the effort redesigning this piece than screwing up and having a shitty puppet. So yeah, why not give it a shot? See how it goes. Hopefully it will go all right. And yeah, see from there. Debunk. But yeah, so for now, we'll leave it at that. We'll see what else we do. We still need to cast the other pieces of the hair and all that stuff. But for now, we're fine. Sounds like a plan. Ish. I'm not sure if I'd call it a plan anymore. More like a duty, or I don't know. But yeah. And tomorrow we'll do then that part. And hopefully we can end that 3D stream, send it to the printer, and come back here and do a workshop stream later tomorrow. And yeah, continue from there, I guess, and see what else. We might be close to finishing the hair finally. And after that, we'll see. We'll be very close to starting the detailing phase. We'll need to work on eyeballs and the faces. I still need to sculpt Evil's face because it's different than Nudo's. So I'll have to do that. And that's our plan for now, hopefully. So yeah, I'll see you tomorrow and let's see what happens. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Hope you had fun. I had fun. And I'll see you around tomorrow. Let's see who could we raid tonight. YouTube with 2 viewers, so not a lot. We can raid Pipa and Sawa. Let's raid Sawa. I like Sawa. And Twitch. Oh, goddamn. Sorry, I can't read chat right now. I'm all over the place. Bye. Forgive me, freaky nature. It's fine. It's funny. On Twitch, you can raid. Who's raidable tonight? There's Aurora. I did like Aurora, but I don't want to raid her every day. The only one who I keep raiding again and again is Shinma, just because whenever we end a stream late, she's one of the only ones that's rarely starting her stream. Yeah, like Aurora's a good candidate. Like big ones, there's Chip Kohai. I think we raided her once. Yes, there she is. Vera Simila playing Paper Mario. And yeah, like recognizable to me. Those are the only ones. There's Kalian, but we've raided Kalian already like 3 times. Ellie Minibot is streaming today with Shumimi and Churchy, but maybe they'll be on their own stuff because they're in a big collab. Shrumi's having a collab right now. All right, who you want to raid from the collab? We've got Ellie, Shrumimi, Mini, and Churchy. Pick one. Choose your victim. The lizard girl. All right, we've got 1 vote for the lizard girl, 1 vote for the cat girl. Only Ellie is live? Oh, really? None of them is live. Oh. I didn't expect that. I thought they were all live. Live with Shumimi. Oh yeah, Shumimi isn't live. Alright, so I guess we'll raiding Ellie then. Alright, what could go wrong? Let's raid Ellie Minibot then. Ready, guys? The shared stream works. L and Ellie's stream. Okay. Oh, interesting. Alright, so we're all raiding Ellie Minibot then. Stop motion raid. Edit stream. Raid channel. Ellie Minibot. Just chatting. Start raid. Alright, so yeah, thank you for stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow for more mold stuff. And we'll make another mold. We'll make the rest of the hair, hopefully. And yeah, we'll see if we can finally move on, please. Alright. So yeah, take care and have fun. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.